Alexandra, can you stop the recording?
Hello.
Hi, Alexandra. Can you stop the recording? Alex?
I didn't start recording.
Oh, no, but it's recording on Zoom.
Yeah, I didn't do that, and I don't have the option to stop it.
Yeah, neither do I. Let's see.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. We will begin shortly when we have a quorum.
We have quorum.
Wonderful. Welcome to the November 17th full board meeting for Manhattan Community Board 2. Amy, if you could take attendance and we will begin after that. Thank you.
All right, great. Everybody, I just want to apologize for turning off my video. When I take attendance, I'm having a little trouble with access of my Wi-Fi. Anyway, Susanna Aaron,
Sorry, here.
Natasha Avanesians,
Here.
Nikhila Asqui, Nikhila, are you there? Okay,
If you're not talking, if you could
William Benesh,
Here.
Keen Berger,
Here.
Carter Booth,
Here.
Katie Bordenaro. Okay. Come back to you, Katie. Anita Brandt,
I'm here.
I'm here. Rich
Yes.
Cacciapolo. Oh. Rich Cacciapolo. Okay, I'll come back to you. Ritu Chatri,
Present.
Valerie De La Rosa,
She's present. She's on mute right now.
okay, thank you. John Paul DeVerna. Okay. Bob Ely,
Here.
Mar Fitzgerald. Mar. Okay. Stella Fitzgerald,
Here.
Cormac Flynn. Cormac. Okay. Susan Gammy. David Gruber. Wayne Cadwalder.
Here.
Susan Kent.
Here.
Ryder Kessler.
Here.
Janine Kiley's here.
Here.
Ivy Kwan Arcee.
Here.
Okay, Patricia's there. Michael Levine.
Here.
Edward Ma.
Here.
Matthew Metzger. Dan Miller.
Here.
Juan Osorio.
I'm here.
Brian Papp.
Pape is present.
Thank you. Donna Raftery.
Here.
Lois Ratcliffe.
I am here.
Great. Bo Riccobono.
Here.
Zach Roberts.
Here.
Robin Rothstein. Rocio Sands.
Present.
Shirley Secunda.
Here.
Frederica Siegel.
Here.
Dr. Shirley Smith.
Present.
Susan Wittenberg.
Here. Thank you.
Anthony Wong.
Here.
Cheryl Wu.
Present.
Eugene Yu. Adam Zeldin. Okay, so,
Akila Asqui is here.
great. Thank you, Akila. Katie
And Katie is
Bordenaro?
here.
Maury's here too.
Mars here, great. Katie Bordenaro?
I'm
She's here.
here. Can you hear me?
Okay,
I'm
great.
here.
Rich Cachapolo? Cormac Flynn? Susan Gammy? David Gruber? Matt Metzger. Okay,
Okay, thank you, Amy.
sure.
Welcome to the November full board meeting for Manhattan Community Board 2. For those of you who are joining us tonight for the first time, we'll put in the chat the agenda, the link to the full board package, the October minutes, and the public session protocol. Next is actually, let's see. Before we start our public session, which Susan Kent will run, if we have any, Councilmember Carlina Rivera is here and would like to present to the board. So Carlina, we will promote you to a panelist and give you a moment to present to us. Councilmember Rivera.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm so happy to be here. I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity to say hello. I'm here in City Hall. I know we're meeting via Zoom, and so I do miss the opportunity to be in person with you all, but we have had a few instances where we've been able to celebrate, whether it's in Washington Square Park or for Halloween. I just wanted to, though, give you some updates as to what's going on in City Hall. So one thing is actually my office recently did meet with NYU to talk about how we can always cultivate and improve our relationship with NYU, starting with, a good neighbor policy for the students, some of the student code of conduct, in addition to just how we can, again, just be better neighbors to each other. So we are doing this in response just to a number of things that are going on in the community. We're looking at how we can partner on things like sanitation services. But one thing that the council is also working on, increased sanitation services, rot mitigation, quality of life concerns, trying to do a big push on mental health services and supporting those people experiencing homelessness. As you know, we also have the asylum seekers here in New York City, a migrant crisis, people who are now occupying mostly hotels in Midtown. And so we're working on ensuring that our schools and programs and services are all essentially operating at capacity as much as possible with whatever resources they have. Some things that I'm working on legislatively in the council include bills around affordable housing, around anti-warehousing, which is recently the city published an article that tens of thousands of units of housing were being warehoused, which could be brought online to actually be homes for people. As you know, we have over 60,000 people alone just in the shelter system. 20,000 of them are children. So we're working on every front to bring as much affordable housing to the city as possible. We're woefully behind in that respect. We just passed a bill to support survivors that I proudly co-sponsored, one around greenways for greener infrastructure in New York City. And we'll continue to look at other bills, especially on mental health. It's a huge push for myself and also neighboring council member Eric Botcher, in addition to other quality of life issues. So I wanted to come up and say, I know people also had questions. We've received a lot of inquiries on outdoor dining, the future of that program. Just want to let you know where I stand. I support having community board input. I would like to see another hearing at the New York City Council about the program. I think the removal of some of the larger, more complicated permanent sheds absolutely has to be done. We need to have something that will enable street cleaning. Clearly, the rat mitigation is a big issue, snow removal, et cetera. So while that is being discussed, I realize a lot of people have reached out to our office with opinions. So I want you to know we're taking all that into consideration and we want to put forward something responsible. And I appreciate all the advocacy on behalf of the board. I guess other than that, you did get our CB2 November board report. So I didn't want to go over everything in there and give you all a chance to read it. But if there's anything you all need, please know. I just met yesterday with Deputy Mayor Phil Banks, who's the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety, to talk about those issues around everyone feeling safe and proud to be a New Yorker walking in their communities. We addressed everything from our NYPD's capacity to better lighting in certain areas. And I'll continue to meet with different commissioners and deputy mayors to ensure that our district receives their fair share of funding. I realize that our parks are also very, very serious spaces that require a lot of attention. So I've been trying to be diligent on that and always leading behind the community members and with the advocates first. So I want to thank Community Board 2 for all the work that you have done, the meetings that we've had, particularly around education, the future of schools in the district, among many, many other things, and how we can work together to improve just everyday life. So I just wanted to come, give an update, tell you all thank you for your work thus far. And if you need anything at all, as you all know, I was a community board member for many years before I became a councilwoman. So I appreciate you very much. Please let me know.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Rivera. We have a few questions. First is Bo Riccobono. Bo, if you could just make your question short, 30 seconds. And then
Yeah, I
we'll
will.
move on to the answer.
Thanks, Councilmember Rivera. I'm just wondering if your position on that very punitive law that Margaret Chin passed in the waning days of her term that imposed horrific fines on residents, longtime residents of Soho and NoHo, and authorized the Department of Buildings to actually go out and find people and find them a lot of money for actually living here for 30 or 40 years. Mayor Adams, in his wisdom, overturned that, one of his first acts as mayor. I've heard that there are that have been recent attempts to start up that bill again. And I'm wondering what your position is and if you've changed your position, because I know you voted for it the first time.
Thank you, Bo. Carlina?
Thank you, Bo. Yeah, so I did think that Mayor Adams did the right thing. I've expressed that to many of your neighbors, many of the people on this board. I know that at the state level, they were working on somewhat complementary legislation to let people know that we do not want anyone to feel like they are being targeted, that anyone is coming after them. We don't want anyone displaced. We don't want anyone thinking their savings or their home is in jeopardy. That was not the point of the initiative, to bring more affordable housing to the Soho and NoHo areas. So I did not hear of that bill being taken up again. That is news to me. I want to ensure that if there is a conversation about anything affecting the people that live in this neighborhood, I want you all to stay put as long as you want. That it is a conversation I'm happy to have with you and to be your most effective advocate.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Will Benish?
Hi, Carlina. Good to see you. And want to say I'm honored to have you as my council person. There was an article today in Gothamist about Mayor Adams putting in loopholes to local law 97 of 2019, the building emissions law. Do you think that's something the council might be able to address to close those loopholes? Just curious if you had any conversations about that. Thanks.
I hope, thank you for the question. I hope so. I will tell you that when we first passed the Climate Mobilization Act, I was a proud co-sponsor. I was a champion of the package. We did pass a bill to slightly alter it last term. I did vote down that amendment because I felt that we needed the strongest legislation possible. There are exemptions already in that bill. I thought we were very reasonable when we put it together. So loopholes, I really do think that we have to keep the act intact. I think there's a lot of talent and expertise in this city that have weighed in on what was possible and what is not as we go forward. Clearly, there's also an enforcement issue. There are different tiers of buildings. Some will be more effective than not. I want this to be equitable and equal. If the mayor is exploring a loophole, I am sure that legislatively we can think of something as a council, because we've done something in the past that I technically disagreed with. So I'm sure we could put forward legislation that I think is the right thing to do, and to ensure that we are looking forward and not moving backward on something this important.
Great, thanks. Yeah, maybe I can connect with your office offline on that.
Yeah,
I
please.
think it's really
Can you,
important.
I would love to hear your thoughts on this. It would really mean a lot to me.
All right, great. Thank you
Thank you.
so much.
Michael Levine?
Yes, welcome, council member. I have a question for you regarding something you said early in your brief address to us. You mentioned the permanent outdoor dining program. Can you tell us what the timetable, to the best of your knowledge, what the timetable is for adoption of the permanent outdoor dining program, and what opportunities will the community board have for commenting on the permanent program?
Thank you for the question. I do not know when we will vote on it. I have asked repeatedly for a better timeline. I think that right now, why it's not on the agenda to be voted at the next stated or even the stated after that, which I realize the next stated is on Tuesday, which would be very sudden and unfair to folks. I think there are still a lot of details that are being discussed and hashed out. One of them including where the program lives, whether it's at the Department of Consumer and Worker Protections or at the Department of Transportation. I also think there are a few things that we're all sort of wondering. I mentioned where I stand, which is I think clearly the community board should, and they would have a say in the process according to the current legislation as it stands. I do think another hearing would be really important. This is a pretty serious change to the landscape, and I think that we could actually all weigh in on a program that could be something that is incredibly vibrant and responsible. So I don't know if there's going to be another hearing. I'm saying how I feel. I think that a public session and public testimony is always a good thing. And as for the timeline, as soon as I can find out, I will be happy to tell the team, your district manager, your chair. But we do not have a timeline yet as to when the voting takes place. And I think that's because there are still details being negotiated. So I'll try to get that to you as soon as I can.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Carlina. And Carlina, thank you for joining us tonight, and thank you for your team. They did an amazing job coordinating with us. So
Of course. Thank you for having me. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, so now we will, next up is our public session that our first vice chair, Susan Kent, will lead. And we have a handful of speakers, and just a reminder that only board members can ask questions of the speakers, people who signed up to speak. Susan, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Janine. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. We had 7 members of the community sign up to speak. This evening, we have the protocols for the public session have been posted in the chat. Just to remind our speakers, please, before you begin to speak, please state your name. And to remind you, you each have 2 minutes. There should be a timer on the screen to assist you. And let's get started. Let me call off the first people who are speaking on non-agenda items. Kimberly Flynn, Maria Chelko, Avery Arsena Armstrong, Kate Madigan, and Darlene Lutz. And if you've heard your name, please raise your hand so we can elevate you and permit you to speak. And I see names starting to appear. Okay. Let's see. Is Kimberly, I don't see Kimberly Flynn yet. But I did see Maria Chelko. So if you are ready to go, why don't you?
Sure. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to speak with you this evening, and thank you to Rocio Sands, who invited me. So I am Maria Chelko. I'm the communications manager of the iBank for Site Restoration here in Manhattan. The iBank is a nonprofit organization with a 75-year history of giving the beautiful gift of sight. Since 1944, we've helped more than 70,000 individuals receive sight restoring transplants, and today we provide approximately 1,300 corneas for transplant each year. I'm here to speak with you today because it is November, and November is Eye Donation Month, a time when eye banks throughout the US and internationally raise awareness about the life-changing opportunities that are created through eye donation. There are many eye diseases, injuries, and infections that can only be treated with a healthy donor cornea. Cornea transplants have a 95% success rate, and they dramatically improve the quality of the recipient's life. Our state's donor registry is an organ, eye, and tissue donation registry. One donor can restore sight in 2 people. save 8 lives through solid organ transplant, and heal up to 75 others through tissue donation. So the impact of just one donor can be very broad. I'd like to encourage everyone here just to discuss eye donation, organ and tissue donation with your loved ones, to consider signing up for the New York State Donate Life Registry to give the gift of sight and life. For more information about signing up, or if you'd like to learn more about the eye bank, you can go to our website, eyedonation.org. I'll put a link in the chat, and I'll also put my own contact information in the chat in case anyone would like to contact me directly. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. We have questions. Rocio?
Sure.
Thank you so much, Maria. It was very nice meeting you. My question is, can anyone be an eye donor? And could you please repeat again the website for the Eye Bank of New York?
Absolutely. So almost anyone can be an eye donor. Individuals between the ages of 3 and 75 can potentially donate their corneas for transplant. Even if an individual has a cancer diagnosis or has worn thick glasses or contacts in their lifetime or had previous ocular surgery in their lifetime, they can often still donate their corneas. So we encourage just all New Yorkers to sign up in case they might be suitable. Our website is eyedonation.org, eyedonation.org. And then there's more information there about eye donation specifically, and also about our state's donor registry.
Thank you so much. This is very informative for the public, and everyone should really consider. This is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Susanna?
Hi, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It's interesting. I just wondered if the donation of a cornea is not something that we sign up for when we check on our license that we agree to be organ donors. Is that a separate thing?
It is not a separate registry. So we have an organ, eye, and tissue donation registry here in New York. The DMV is the primary way that people sign up. About 80% of New Yorkers who are registered have signed up through DMV. But there are a variety of other ways to sign up through websites. When you register to vote, you can sign up through our website, but it is one registry. You are an organ, eye, and tissue donor. You can also go on the website of the donor registry and customize your gift. So if you're comfortable donating certain organs, but not others, or certain tissues, but not others, you can customize your consent online.
But if I have checked off the, yes, I want to be an organ donor on my driver's license, I've done what I need to do for
And
any.
you're an eye donor. Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your gift.
Okay.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, seeing no more questions. Rocio, your hand is still up. Do you have another question?
No, sorry.
That's okay. Next speaker, Avery Arsena Armstrong.
Yes, hello.
Please, whenever you're ready.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. Just like to start by saying, what a pleasure it is to be speaking in front of you all this evening. I'm a first-time speaker, so very exciting. But my name is Avery Arsena Armstrong. I'm currently a graduate student at CUNY Graduate School of Public Health and a concerned member of the local community as well. I wanted to speak briefly and advocate on a public health issue that is currently affecting millions of New Yorkers, as well as a pending piece of legislation designed to help alleviate the issue. Over the last decade, the state and city of New York have been experiencing increasing levels of chronic illness that are associated with diet. Specific legislation surrounding nutritional standards in public facilities like schools and universities is incredibly pertinent and needs to be addressed. In removing unhealthy choices from our public institutions, we can reduce negative health trends that are caused by these choices. New York State Senate Bill S4644C directly addresses the issues that I've mentioned, while simultaneously opening up new avenues for locally grown healthy options for consumers in publicly run institutions and programs. The bill is sensible and will add new dietary guidelines for foods purchased in publicly run schools and universities, hospitals, and government facilities. Increasing access to healthy food options is one of the greatest tools we can use to prevent chronic health issues associated with diet. With 10.5% of the population in New York suffering from diabetes and 30.4% of adults classified as obese in the state, we must enact more stringent nutritional requirements, and that is what this bill will do. I ask that everyone here today contact their state senator, as well as Governor Hochul's office, and advocate for this bill on behalf of the health and well-being of all New Yorkers. And if anyone else is interested, I can also forward a policy brief or fact sheet regarding this topic and the bill in question. Thank you so much. Yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not see any questions. So let me go to our next speaker. Kate Madigan, are you present?
Hi, I'm Kate.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Sure. Good afternoon and evening, everybody. My name is Kate Madigan, the Government Relations Coordinator from the Public Theater. I'm here today just to provide a few updates on our season's work. We have 2 original works in the Public Theater 425 Lafayette location. The plays are Where We Belong, and it is a production about a Mohegan theater maker, Madeline Sayet, who moved to England to pursue a PhD in Shakespeare, grappling with the question of what it means to remain or leave. So I saw it a week and a half ago. It was really amazing. And it also talks about how, how we relate to living in New York City. And this is land that was occupied and belongs to the Mohegan people and explains their history. Recommend. Also, currently we have Plays for the Plague. Ironically, the staff has cases of COVID. Unfortunately, everyone's safe, but we have put a brief pause, but there are still a few tickets available, I believe, and we will be adding a performance or 2 on to the show. And also lastly, the library restaurant is open for dinner Tuesday to Sunday, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Downtown, we don't require proof of vaccination, but we do encourage masks. Some performances and events have mask requirements, but we will have masks available and signs posted in the lobbies. And we have our staff members on hand for any questions. And also as a reminder, each of our plays and performances have a free night. So everyone from the community can stop by or call our theater to reserve those tickets. Also, we have free tickets available via Today Tix free lottery app, and students also receive a discount. So please visit our website, give us a call, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Kate, very much. I see no questions, so our next speaker would be Darlene Lutz.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I'm Darlene Lutz, the Vice President of the First Precinct Community Council. I am here tonight to announce, as I do every month, our precinct meeting. CB2 is served by 4 police precincts. The first precinct covers the south end of CB2 from the west side of Broadway to West Street, and the south side of Houston down to the north side of Canal. The Community Council holds a public meeting every month with our precinct. On November meeting is Wednesday, November 30th at the House at 6 p.m. Crime and quality of life issues in our neighborhoods and how we and our local police enforcement can work together is our focus. Everybody is welcome to attend and participate in the meetings. I'll put all this information in the chat and welcome to everyone. If I may switch hats quickly and speak now as a longtime resident of CB2, I would like to thank the board chair, Janine Kiley, for her tireless work during the past months without a district manager, and all the members for their invaluable double, triple duty time. It's really difficult to keep all the things going on in every corner of this community. In that spirit, it may not be common knowledge that perhaps the second tallest skyscraper in CB2 is 5 months into the initial stages of construction planning. 76 Barrack Street is Schedule B in the 2013 Hudson Square rezoning plan and is mentioned in tonight's full board package in the Schools and Education report. As a stakeholder living across from 76 Barrack, I'm hoping the community board will consider holding some public meetings in the near future. The commercial skyscraper development with a public school at the base is complex and in a completely unique location. The scope has changed considerably since the 2013 Hudson Square rezoning. Last, Duarte Square is a New York City public park. It's the cornerstone and start of the Avenue of the Americas. It's a tribute to Dominican Republic's Juan Duarte. The park will be incorporated into the skyscraper ground plans and will be shuttered for 3 to 5 years during the skyscraper construction. I seek to keep the name of Juan Duarte alive during that time. I propose the pre-K through 5th grade school at the base be referred to as Duarte School. This would demonstrate our community's support of our outstanding.
Darlene, I must ask you to wrap up, please.
Which includes our own city council member, Christopher Marte, DOT Commissioner, Yandis Rodriguez, and many more. I'll put some links in the chat on that. And thank you for the extra few seconds, and happy Thanksgiving to you all. Good night.
Thank you, Darlene. Seeing no questions, is Kimberly Flynn here? I called her first. I want to give her a second chance. If not, let me call off the names of the last two speakers, Michael Markowitz and Jonathan Weitzman. If you can raise your hands and we will, and they are both here. And Mr. Markowitz, whenever you are ready, you may begin.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Chairman Kiley, members of the community board, members of the public. I'm just going to read a statement I submitted in writing, or at least part of it. This is specifically about the Traffic and Transportation Committee Resolution number 1 about 10th Avenue, one block between Gonsford and Horatio Street. TNT Resolution number 1 was unanimously passed by committee in favor of, quote, pedestrian, bicycle, and public space improvements on 10th Avenue between Gonsford and Horatio. I am a professional licensed civil engineer, possibly the only one in attendance at the TNT committee meeting. I strongly opposed and continued to oppose this DOT proposal for numerous technical reasons provided by me at the committee meeting, not the least of which was that per DOT itself, they would be returning a month, now days at this point, with a comprehensive plan for the broader meatpacking district. Piecemealing is not planning, full stop. I also now oppose this reso, specifically because in addition to numerous inherent technical issues of the DOT proposal, the reso contains, forgive me, but it's true, gross mischaracterizations of the public feedback at the committee meeting. I refer you to page 3 of 6 of the TNT package, page 15 overall. A good number of public speakers opposed. The reso says there was unanimous support. This is factually incorrect. This is shocking and deserves immediate correction via amendment tonight if the reso is to be voted on at all. Short of amendment, it should be withdrawn. Thank you kindly for your consideration. Please vote no on reso 1.
Thank you. Adam has a question.
Thank you. Yeah, just, I think it's interesting that you bring up your engineering background. Can you just clarify, like, the scope of that engineering work? Are you primarily focused on, like, the smooth flowing of automobile traffic, or can you just, like, clarify exactly what that professional credential entails?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Briefly, I have a very broad background in program and project management in many aspects of civil engineering. Say with a pat on the back, I'm older than I look. But the most pertinent thing is I was part of the team responsible for undoing the traffic snarl at LaGuardia Airport a few years ago. And I've been part of a public task force that turned the Gansevoort Plaza into what we know as now, that was spearheaded by Samuel Schwartz Associates maybe 10 or 15 years ago now. I'm not just a professional at this. Again, I was probably the only one in the room who's a licensed professional at it, despite there being a rep from DOT. And I live in the area and have spent a lot of time observing what works and doesn't work. Again, the issue here isn't my credentials. With all due respect, happy to send you a resume. The issue is what's wrong with the proposal and the reso. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, Mr. Weitzman, whenever you're ready.
Hi, good evening. I just want to thank the whole board for taking the time out to support our community and really help the community move forward. So my name is Jonathan Wiseman again. I'm a resident of the West Village. I too was there at the meeting and I do support, but on conditions. And these conditions I hope will hopefully force the full board to go back to the Traffic and Transportation Committee to review. One of the conditions is that the DOT never really guaranteed or qualified for how wide the street was going to be to allow vehicles to pass by if a vehicle was double parked, especially an emergency vehicle. There also was no clear reasoning or explanation for why a crosswalk would be created when there's one about 20 feet away in the same area. And also there was another condition that I think we should really review, is that there was not really any willingness to understand or extend what the open street program should be and what we should be extending the open street down Gainsport in front of the Whitney Museum. It was a complete refusal and denial, or even a willingness to have a discussion about it. In fact, when we wanted to have a discussion about it, we were promptly cut off for a subject regarding planters regarding the MPDI group. Again, I'm requesting that the resolution be brought back to the Traffic and Transportation Committee for more qualified and clear answers. But again, I do support it, but with conditions. And again, I yield my time back to the board.
Thank you very much, sir. I see no more questions. So, and that was our last speaker. So Janine, back to you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to, we have Assembly Member Deborah Glick here tonight. Deborah, are you ready to speak? I just saw her here.
Yep.
All right, go.
Okay. Thanks so much. Roy will put our report in the chat. He has that link. I do not, nor would I trust myself to do it. We're going to be doing a hearing in Albany at the end of November. That will be live streamed, as we do now all of our hearings. It's on mental health needs on college campuses as chair of higher ed. I went to a conference at Siena College last month, discussing the impacts of the pandemic on students and on faculty. And so we're going to have a hearing which will be jointly held with my committee and the Mental Health Committee of the Assembly. We do have in the report, there are some resources for small business owners at Pace University's Small Business Support Center, and there are some connections to that, as well as some information on programs that the city and state at the departments of social services have, because not everybody has recovered from impacts of the pandemic. Two things on historic preservation. The landmarking of Julius's was up before LPC, which was great, something that we've asked for a number of years and has finally come to fruition. I testified at that, and also I was at the impromptu press conference at 14 Gay Street. For too many years, the city has not, between the Department of Buildings and Landmarks, they have not protected our historic buildings. And of course, that's a very important part of our culture in our environment. And it's not just about saving our history, which in and of itself is an important thing, but it is the sort of thing that supports tourists coming here. They want to see what New York was like. They enjoy seeing historic buildings and historic sites. So that's one thing. And the other thing, and maybe not everybody is crazy about it, but both it's important part of the economy is both the TV and film productions that draw people into coming to our community. They see it on TV and they want to see it in person. So, preserving the history is important, and they've done a miserable job. We lost all of the row houses that were located on 9th Avenue and 14th Street that probably could have been saved, but the developer sort of talked both LPC and Department of Buildings into needing to destroy the facades. So we're joining with our colleagues in government and with Village Preservation to really call on the city to stop its neglect and preserve 200-year-old buildings that were compromised based on the city not ensuring that the permitted work is occurring appropriately, and that it's unpermitted work that undermines not just that building, but buildings alongside of it. There are people who own property that have had their buildings damaged when they are not being done, the work isn't being done correctly. The companion animal capital fund, the governor has released the $5 million for humane societies and animal shelters can apply. They have to raise a good deal of money, but they get a match from the state for, I think it's probably a 3-to-1 match. And this was, I think, the 4th or 5th round, so that they can upgrade their facilities and they can perhaps expand their facilities, which sadly continues to be needed. And then I spoke at the HCR had a hearing on some of its regulations, and I spoke about the fact that we have a housing crisis, and the recent report, I think it was HPD, that there are anywhere from 60 to 80,000 units of rent regulated housing that has been held off the market for any variety of reasons, one of which may be that there is a way to deregulate. If you have 2 adjacent apartments, you can combine them and thereby take those units, make a new unit, and that unit is then deregulated. So at this point in time, these Frankenstein units are units that are needed for New Yorkers to find a place to live. And this loophole is one that incentivizes units being held off the market, and that's not helpful. So we will be going back. The majority is intact. We've lost a few seats, and there'll be there were some retirements. Obviously, Dick Gottfried retired, and so the Health Committee is open. And there have been some other people who have lost their races or other retirements. And so the makeup of the assembly will change. And there will be pretty much a wholesale realignment of committee chairs. There's sort of a revolving domino effect that comes from the fact that the Health Committee chair is going to be new, and whatever committee that person was chairing will then become an open chairship. So there's going to be a major realignment come January. And we will be going back for a retreat, which is about integrating new members and looking at polling that came out of the election cycle so that we can, frame our agenda for the coming year. And that's at the beginning of December. So I'm looking forward to seeing my colleagues and all of us planning on what we believe at this point in time. Obviously, health reports could change this, but we are looking at a full return to operating, not just with the buildings being open, but perhaps actually being able to hold committee meetings in committee rooms as opposed to on Zoom, and conferences held in the speaker's conference room and not in a hearing room. Fingers crossed. But everybody should get a booster. They should get a flu shot because people haven't been exposed for a few years. And that will put people at risk if they don't get a flu shot. So I'm encouraging people, if they have not yet gotten their variant booster or a flu shot. I've gotten the flu shot, getting the variant tomorrow. So those are all things that people should be doing for their own health. And it doesn't matter how old or young you are. There are young people who've been out sick for 2 weeks at a time. And, you know, it's not we're still not clear on what the long-term effects are. So get boosted. And everybody should have a nice Thanksgiving, however you celebrate that.
Thank you, Deborah. I don't see, do we have any questions for Assemblymember Glegg? No. Okay, you get off easy tonight. Thank you very much.
Terrific. Thank you so much. And
Thanksgiving.
everybody stay safe and bundle up. We are not getting the Buffalo 3 or 4 feet of snow this weekend, so we should all be happy about that. But it is getting colder, so stay warm. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good night. Okay. We could want to go to, do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 The agenda is adopted. Now we're going to go to our elected official reports. If the elected officials could raise their hand and we'll elevate you. Just a reminder to board members, if you have a question, keep it tight and so we have as much time as possible for them to answer. I'm going to have Tevin Williams go first because he reached out and he has a time commitment from Assemblymember Hoylman's office. And raise your hand and we'll keep elevating you if you're here. Okay, Tevin?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Just want to drop in really quick. Thank you so much, as always, Janine and the rest of CB2 for having me. I'm very thankful to be here tonight. I just wanted to give a quick couple of updates in Brad's absence. I will drop the board report in the chat, but I just want to give a few quick things. So just as Assemblymember Glick mentioned, we were at the Gay Street press conference just a day or so ago with Village Preservation, and we have actually been having conversations with the LPC and DOB about how we can preserve our neighborhoods and also make sure that they are doing their due diligence to ensure that this does not happen again. Brad has also joined a press conference yesterday for the announcement of the Adult Survivors Act going into effect next week with some survivors that were formerly incarcerated women and who they plan to use the Adult Survivors Act as well as a host of other women and people that it goes into effect next week. Very thankful for the Times covering this just yesterday, as this is a huge piece of legislation that the senator cares so much about. And then finally, I just want to speak up about the press conference that Brad also went to about the full MTA funding for the budget. I know many people are feeling a lot safer about police on the subway systems. We've also heard a lot of constituents that do take the trains and saying that the subway service is a little slow. And so we joined the Riders Alliance and other coalitions for the 6-minute service for buses and subways, something that Brad actually cares quite a lot about. And obviously the new school is still going through the negotiations with part-time faculty. The senator is very supportive of that measure. I will drop the board report in the chat. I don't want to hold any of you any longer. I just want to say all of those things and thank you so much as always for having me. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Tevin. I don't see any questions. So thank you for joining us tonight. Next up, Ian Wong from Councilmember Marte's office.
Hey guys, really good to see you all. First, to start off, I want to congratulate, many members of this community board on behalf of the council member regarding, the legal victory on Elizabeth Street Garden. This is, an issue that the community has been fighting for a very long time, and we see it paying off with this legal victory. Of course, the city has decided to appeal, and there is still, a long road ahead with the legal proceeding. But still, it's a great victory for the city and for the community. And our office, will, keep working with the community with regard of this issue. And two quick update about, two quality of life issue. One is the new Link NYC 5G towers. We recently got a lot of complaints about these towers. The new one that's tall and with big like antenna. We talked to the Link NYC team, and we talked to leadership at the DOIIT, and they committed to us that every time they put up a new 5G tower, they will inform our office and also the community board. And the community will have 60 days to make comment to let them know that if the location is appropriate. So, if there's any new addition to community board 2, be sure to, let us know and make your input. And the second thing is outdoor dining. The council member has rallied with Soho residents this Tuesday about the outdoor dining issue. And like, Council Member Rivera mentioned earlier, there is still a lot of internal negotiation in the council side. So, our office will keep monitoring this issue, and you can communicate with our office if you have any input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ian. I don't see any questions, so thank you for joining us tonight. Next up, we have Nicole Barth from Councilmember Eric Botcher's office. Nicole? Did she drop off? Nicole, are you available to speak? Okay, we're gonna go to
Janine, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I apologize, everybody. I am just on the way back from the 6th Precinct Sector Build-A-Block, which I strongly urge people to attend their Build-A-Block meetings. They happen once every 3 months in your sector, and it's a fabulous way to talk to everybody about what's going on in your neighborhood. I hope I can remember everything. We also were at Gay Street with the assembly member and with the state senator. And I really believe, as Eric really believes, that this is a district-wide, if not a city-wide fight to keep our landmarks intact. So feeling very strong about that. We want to thank everybody who gave donations for the immigrant drive. We are actually going to be handing those out this weekend. And we really collected a lot of great stuff, especially coats and everything for winter. So thank you very, very much. Wanted to announce that the West Village bid is fully formed, has hired a executive director who will be starting at the beginning of December, and that the bid will start services on December 1st. So that is extremely exciting. We're so happy to see them join the other bids in our district and just overjoyed. And the last thing is, I know no one wants to talk about the holidays quite yet beyond Thanksgiving, but our toy drive will be happening soon. And just keep an eye on your email for locations for drop off. And we'll also be having drop off in our office. So more information to come on that. And I think that's all I have for today. And thank you all very much.
Thank you, Nicole. I don't see, oh, we have a question. David Gruber has a question for you.
Thank you.
Hi, David.
How are you? I think that the Build-A-Block that the 6th Precinct does is important. I've asked them several times. They always schedule it exactly the same time as the community board, school board.
I know.
Always. And I've
said
asked them
that-
to make an adjustment because I think more people would show up from the community. So if you could help me in that endeavor to have them move it to another date, or make it the second Tuesday or second Thursday rather than the third, I would appreciate that.
I have mentioned the same thing, but I will go back again on your behalf because it is a problem and it's very difficult to try and attend both meetings. So thank you very much, David, for that suggestion.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And we have a question from Donna Raftery.
Not a question. I just want to second what David just said. They do this all the time and we can't attend. And I always encourage people to go to these meetings. So it's hard when it's the same night as our full board.
Okay. Thank you, Donna.
Definitely. Thank you, Donna.
Okay. And Nicole, thank you for joining us. I think that's it for questions. I don't see, whoops, we have one more question. Oh, we have, next up is Mina White, who is stepping in for Andrew Chang to give the borough president's report. Welcome, Mina.
Thanks so much. Good evening, Community Board 2. I'm sorry, my camera isn't on. I'm having some issues with my camera. But I'm subbing in for, I know your long time community liaison, Andrew Chang, who's out of the office this week. So, but I just want to start by just saying, as we're on the open meetings law, it has not been extended yet. We're hoping that it will be extended. But it so far has been extended until November 21st. And then if it's not, then of course we would have to do a hybrid option. We are also still collecting donations for asylum seekers in our partnership with the New York Immigration Coalition. So you can donate at both of our offices, our uptown office on 125th Street, as well as our downtown office located at 1 Center Street on the 19th floor. We are asking for winter items, winter clothing, coats, socks, toiletries, etc. that folks are still in need of. However, we won't, and those are between the hours of 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. However, our office will be closed on Thanksgiving, and I hope everyone does have a peaceful and family-filled Thanksgiving. Our community board leadership training series is still going on for this week. It is both open to community board members as well as members of the public. We know that there has been some conflicts, of course, with community board, full board meetings, and committee meetings happening this week. However, we will have another option in the spring to ensure that, folks will have a chance and opportunity to take those mandatory meetings for those who are board members. And we will also be working on some sort of virtual digital portion as well for folks who will miss it. And also I did want to announce the borough president, when he first came into office, he had partnered with his other fellow borough presidents. All 5 of them agreed on a Million Trees initiative. This was an article that had come out in the New York Times about this. However, we did want to just continue to ask for, now is kind of when we're formally asking for community board support around this. So please feel free to reach out to our office. Andrew will be your main contact, but if not, Keisha Smith in our office will also be reaching out so that we can conduct some sort of presentation for your Parks Committee meeting. And also, some of you may have seen that the borough president was on New York One and was proposing a coastal resiliency agency. This is the 10-year anniversary of Superstorm Sandy, where the city was not ready to really take on the challenges that came with a large storm, a large scale hurricane such as Sandy. And so in hopes that we create one separate agency whose sole jurisdiction is over the waterfronts across the city, in hopes that that will help support money and resources, as well as provide accountability and making sure that those are done effectively and efficiently so that they have long-term improvements. And also some of the past legislation that the borough president helped to co-sponsor was one, the Public Bathrooms Initiative, which is Intro 258 with Councilmember Rita Joseph, which will now require the city to study and identify locations for public bathrooms, at least in every city zip code. And also one that I know is on everyone's minds with the sanitation announcement last week in regards to putting garbage out later, and also the package of rat mitigation legislation that came out of the city council. The borough president was also co-sponsor on one of those legislative initiatives, which was led by Councilmember Botcher, which is Intro 442. And that is to require construction sites, the building of new buildings and construction sites in general to just mandate rat mitigation or pest control and extermination services. And just everyone have a safe and wonderful holiday. So thank you so much for the time. And you'll have Andrew back next month.
Okay. We have a couple questions, two questions.
Okay.
First, Robin Rothstein.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I missed it, but is there a link on the borough president's website about the asylum donations? And if so, could you drop it in the chat or let us know how we can share the information broadly?
There's no link, but I can send, there's a flyer, but I can send it to your district manager.
That'd be great. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, Will, Dennis?
Hi there. Thanks for bringing up the Borough President Levine's proposal for a new agency. What could you just highlight what that process might look like? I'm trying to think about a city charter amendment. Would there be some sort of public hearing process on providing input as to what this agency looks like? Who makes that decision? Could you just clarify that a little bit?
It would be an amendment to the city charter. This was asked earlier in our borough board meeting. However, I do think kind of the piecing out of the details, if you would like to kind of get more information, you can feel free to email both myself and Andrew Chang, just so that he's aware of your question. And then we can also kind of formulate a meeting with our general counsel, who's kind of taking the charge and kind of hammering out kind of what those details would look like. But I'm sure also down the line, we'll also have a larger kind of presentation on that as well.
Okay, yeah, that would be great, because my committees, we've been doing a lot of work on resiliency in the last couple months, and I talked to Keisha about this as well. So we should just connect and sort of talk through that, I think.
Thank you.
Definitely. I'm just gonna put my information in the chat, just so we can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight and filling in for Andrew. Really appreciate it.
Of course, thank you all.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give my chair's report. Welcome, everyone. As Mina noted, we are virtual through Monday, the 21st, which means there's a couple meetings the last week of November, and we have obviously our full December calendar. We will need to sort those out if the city does not extend the emergency order on, and like we've done for every month, we will let you know as soon as we hear anything. In terms of local issues, I want to give a shout out to David Gruber, who's chaired the Gansevoort Arts Advisory Group, our council member, Eric Botcher, Jared Epstein of Aurora Capital, everyone on that committee. We finally signed a 99-year lease. It's $1 a year. It's a huge, huge win for our community. It's a rehearsal space, no performances. And there's a West Village Rehearsal Co-op, which is comprised of 5 local village organizations. It's going to be opening the week after Thanksgiving, after 2 years. And it's at 68 Gansevoort Street on the corner of Washington Street. David, do you want to add anything?
No, that was, I thank you for mentioning it. I want everybody to know it's a very exciting win for the village. Theater companies have told us that they need more than anything else is rehearsal space. And it's 1,500 square feet. It was done with Aurora Capital, but it was a slog to get it done, delay after delay. So we're there and it's opening.
All right, Dr. Smith.
Ask David Gruber.
Thank you.
People who can use that facility, is it just restricted to people in our community, or tell me a little bit about that?
No, it's not. Look,
how will you?
You want me to answer that, or?
I do. I want to finish the question though first. I'm sorry.
No, it is primarily for people, and not people. It's for theater groups rehearsing, or musicians who need to rehearse, actors. It's not for a long-term project. They're for short projects. And I think if there's space, they'll extend the net out to other communities to come down and use the space. But right now, it's just open. They have to see what the flow of applications are. And if there is room, we'll take from other communities. But we're not in charge of it. You know, the community board set it up, and this coalition of 5 theater groups are now in charge. But that was our mission to them, to cast a net, CB2, and if there's more space, keep extending the net.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Let me finish with the chair's report. I think we heard a little bit about, it's called 2 Hudson Square, which is 76 Varick. This is the large building that Trinity Real Estate will be building on Varick between Canal, at Varick and Canal. The developer is hopefully going to be coming to Community Board 2, the beginning of 2023, and to talk about both the school and the building. So stay tuned on that. And we have a CB2 landing page on the website, our website, so we can share that as well. I think we heard a lot about 14 Gay Street. This is a building that's under that was the picture of the building on the front page. I put all the controversy, Gay Street and pickleball. This is a demolition by neglect situation, and the city is complicit because they've had the lack of the staff to enforce it. So, you know, regardless of where, you know, people stand on all of these issues, it's a shame to see buildings fall into disrepair and not have the building codes enforced at an earlier time. On the transportation front, just want to share that the CB2's TNT committee will be looking at obscuring license plates. We'll be discussing placard abuse again. And so just stay tuned on those topics for the next month or two. In terms of land use and housing, the Loft Board, I want to share, we'll be having a hearing on December 8th. And we'll be sharing information about that in the CB2 newsletter. On the resiliency front, you'll hear from our Quality of Life Committee tonight. The Army Corps of Engineers presented in December. We will have another meeting about this. I mean, they presented in November. We'll have another meeting about this in December, where we can specifically talk about the impact on the Hudson River Park waterfront, which is just a bit more than 20 years old. We definitely want to get in some comments so we can avoid or potentially, you know, as much as possible, some of the conflicts we've seen downtown, Community Board 3 in East River Park and Community Board 1 in Wagner Park. And stay tuned. It's great to hear more about the potential, the push for a new city agency and how that all works out. So I'm glad we have our Quality of Life Committee very focused on this. Our Equity, Race, and Justice Committee will be looking at discrimination in the hospitality industry. I'm going to put an article in the chat from Eder. I'm sure many of you saw this about discrimination for basically non-white. Many non-white patrons are getting sort of the, you know, not the less desirable seating. And on a lighter note, the Washington Square Park tree lighting will be Wednesday, December 7th at 6 p.m. If you want to go in person, you can, but you want to stay home and get a little festive, you can live stream it on the Washington Square Park Conservancy Facebook page. On the personnel front, I want to share that I think many of you know this, but not everyone. Florence Arenas has had a hip replacement surgery. She is doing okay. She just had it, so she's going to be out for 12 weeks on FMLA. If you have a card or something you'd like to send to her, to send them to the office and we can forward them on to her, and we'll be sending flowers from the community board. I think thanks to everyone who squeezed in a lot of the borough president training sessions. I think we've heard, bottom line, we'll have more training in the spring. Susanna, are you raising your hand or? Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay. And, you know, while we are talking tonight, last on the agenda, we'll be voting on bylaws. So if you haven't already taken a look or gone to a meeting, this is your last chance to take a look at those. We are going to have a holiday party. It's our usual cash bar, big spending event, but it's always fun to see people in person, especially now when we don't get to do that very much. I'll be sending an email. We'll look for a couple people to help organize the logistics of that. So I'm hoping some of you guys can think about raising your hand for that one. And finally, as we, we're going to continue to work with the existing chairs to make sure we build up the expertise in our board. I'm encouraging chairs to, instead of writing the first draft of a resolution themselves, having a committee member write it, getting maybe a less experienced committee member to draft the minutes. So it's twofold. For those of you who want to take on more responsibility, reach out to your chairs, your committee chairs, and committee chairs reach out to your committee members, because we really need to, it's a two-way street. We're a volunteer board. So, we know some people, everyone's timing ebbs and flows, but if you're in a situation where you want to take on more responsibility and you can do so, raise your hand and ask for help. And just, we've already finished the elected official session. I just wanted, for board members during the business session, I want to remind everyone, we're going to take comments on a topic from each board member who raises our hand before we hear from anyone a second time. We're not going to have back and forth. I'm going to encourage board members to be succinct. Use the note feature on your phone, grab a piece of scratch paper, scribble on it, type less is more when you want to be persuasive. What I do want to avoid is that tree is green, green is really nice, green trees are great. Say it once, not 3 times. And while it's not in Robert's Rules of Order, if I hear the same comment 10 times or maybe a certain amount, Elmo, enough, let's move on. So on that note, let's move into our business session. We start with, I'll make sure I don't have any questions from board members. None. Fantastic. We will move into our business session. Amy, I'm going to turn it back to you to take attendance.
Okay, great. Okay, Susanna Aaron. Here. Natasha Avanesian. Here. Akela Asqui. Here. William Benish.
Here.
Keen Berger. Here. Carter Booth.
Here.
Katie Bordenaro. Here. Anita Brandt.
Here.
I'm here. Rich Cacciapolo.
Here.
Ritu Chatri. Ritu?
Sorry,
I know
here.
That's okay. I know you're here. Valerie De La Rosa. She's here, right?
She is. She.
Okay. Okay. John Paul DeVerna.
Here.
Chris isn't here. Bob Ely.
Yep.
Mara Fitzgerald.
Here.
Stella Fitzgerald.
Here.
Cormac Flynn.
Here.
Susan Gammy. No. David Gruber.
Here.
Wayne Cadwaldler.
Wadler. Here.
Sorry, Cadwaldler. Susan Kent.
Here.
Ryder Kessler.
Here.
Janine Kiley.
Here.
Ivy Kwan Arce.
Here.
Michael Levine.
Here.
No. Edward Ma.
Here.
Matt Metzger. Dan Miller.
Here.
Juan Osorio.
I'm here.
Brian Pape.
Here.
Donna Raftery.
Here.
Lois Rakoff.
I am here.
Bo Riccobono.
Here.
Zach Roberts.
Here.
Robin Rothstein. Here. Rocio Sands.
Present.
Shirley Secunda. I know you're here. Yeah. Frederica Siegel.
Here.
Dr. Shirley Smith.
Present.
Chenault Spence.
Here.
Susan Wittenberg.
Here.
Anthony Wong.
Here.
Cheryl Wu. Cheryl. Eugene Yu.
Here.
Adam Zeldin.
Here.
Okay,
I think Cheryl Wu is here as well for whatever reason. I don't know if she's having.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
Thank you, Amy.
Sure.
Okay. I'd like to have approval of the October minutes. Board members received these minutes by email, and they've been placed in the chat tonight. Are there any additions or corrections to the October minutes? Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay.
Second.
We'll approve, wonderful. We'll approve the October minutes. They're adopted. And now we're going to move on to the standing committee reports. First up is Chenault Spence with landmarks.
We have a record low number of 3 tonight. The first one is 817 Washington Street to establish a master plan for a hand-painted wall sign. We basically agreed with it, provided that it's smaller. It's just crowded into the space it looks. All are unanimous. 242 Lafayette Street, application to replace the second floor north windows, 2 on the front facade and 4 in the rear of the building to replicate previously approved work. This is apparently a rather disorderly co-op, and they were not able to get the agreement on the master plan, so each replacement is coming to us. And since they're modeled on ones that have already been approved by the commission, we recommended approval. 46 Jane Street to restore the front stoop, facade ornament, replace front railings, construct a 1-story rooftop addition and elevator bulkhead, enlarge and replace the rear facade windows, remove fire escapes, and the stair to the yard in the back. The front is notable because it's a rather cohesive row, and this one had its stoop removed sometime in the usual way, and we always appreciate their being returned. And it's particularly notable because it helps to unify the once almost identical row of houses, which is typical of the neighborhood and the period. The only thing we recommended denial on was relatively insignificant, the front railing not to be glass, but rather to be metal, which is more in keeping with the buildings. Also unanimous. That's all.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you. Thank you,
should I
Chenault.
say something about Gay Street?
No, I think we've covered it tonight. And do you want to give like a 1-minute update? Yeah.
Okay. The house on Grace Street has been approved for demolition because it was compromised with work that was done without a permit. And apparently it's going forward. I just passed there a couple hours ago, and they have gotten into place what appears to be materials for a scaffolding to go up in front. And they put some additional reinforcement so that it won't fall down while they're taking it down. There was a rally press conference, and it did the usual appeal to try to save it, and that there's no indication that that's been possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Chenault. Do we have any questions for Chenault or on any of these 3 resolutions? We will be using the same voting method that we've used in our past virtual meetings, where we move the resolutions into the omnibus vote. If anyone would like to vote on an item as it is called, you feel free to request that we do that. Is there any willingness to use the omnibus vote? Seeing none, we have 3 resolutions from landmarks. I see no questions. Is there any objections to moving items 1 through 3 into the omnibus vote? Seeing none, we'll move landmarks 1 through 3 into the omnibus. Thank you, Chenault. Next up is quality of life, Will Benish.
Thank you, Janine. Hello again, everybody. We had a very constructive meeting November 7th We have 8 resolutions. The first one is sort of the big one about the Army Corps, and I'll talk about that. We had 6 normal street activity resolutions, and then we had 1 street activity FYI renewal. The big feature of our meeting was we had a presentation from Bryce Weissmiller, as well as other staff from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They came on and it was a great presentation. They were on for more than an hour and a half. They went through a very detailed presentation about this study. And they answered pretty much everybody's questions as they came up. So I've said this before, but I really think it's hard to overstate the impact of this plan if it is in fact implemented as it's been proposed. To give a tiny bit of background really quickly for those who don't know, right after Hurricane Sandy 10 years ago, Obama signed into law the Disaster Appropriations Act of 2013, which sort of got the ball rolling on studying resiliency on the East Coast. And then this study really started in earnest in 2015. So it's been going on for about 7 years now. What they've released in September is the Tier 1 Environmental Impact Study and the tentatively selected plan, or what they're referring to as the TSP. For those that have been following this, they looked at a real range of plans, from doing only shore-based measures, basically no storm surge gates at all in the water, all the way to a massive gate across from Sandy Hook, New Jersey, across to the Rockaways. In the end, they sort of settled on a middle ground, what they're calling option 3B, which is a mix of in-water storm surge gates and shore-based measures. So it's a series of 12 different gates at various bodies of water. So Kilvan Cole, Newtown Creek, Gowanus Creek, and others, alongside shore-based measures, which they abbreviate here as SBMs. So they've released this on their website, this huge report. This proposal that they've chosen 3B, the upfront cost is around $53 billion. So it's really a massive undertaking. The split would be, by law as it is now, 65% federal, 35% non-federal. As part of this, they put the full report on their website. It's 569 pages. I think I have that right. And then that's just in the normal report. And then it's over 2,000 pages if you look at all the appendices and sub-appendices. So I'm saying all this because they released this in September. And then they did 3 public info sessions, which were not super publicized. I, in fact, didn't even know about it till the first one had finished, and I'm following this very closely. Those have been completed. As of now, they have not scheduled any other info sessions, although they're apparently planning to do so. And then the public comment period ends January 6th. So it's a huge amount to digest, I think, in a very short period of time. I have found the Army Corps to be really helpful. I think they are trying to be helpful and get the word out, but it's a tough time of year to be doing that over the holidays. So I think we, during the meeting, digested a lot of what they presented. It's a lot to talk about. It's a lot to think about. We talked through a couple things, but we definitely felt we needed more time, I think, to really digest our views, to digest the community's views. And that's why we plan to come back and talk a little bit more about this next month. That being said, it was the committee's feeling that they should really do a little bit more engagement, not a huge extension, but up to 3 months is what we're saying, just because we feel more needs to be done. A lot of people don't know about this. There are some key agencies which they said they have not engaged with yet. So what we're doing today is sort of this request for an extension. We are going to meet again next month, so we can hopefully present more fulsome areas of concern, areas to highlight, areas to think about as part of the comment period. So we're going to go ahead and plan on doing that in case the extension doesn't happen, doing that next month. But we do feel it would be useful for the community at large if they did extend it. So the 3 therefore be it resolves, just to summarize, the first of them is asking us for an extension of up to 3 months. The second is basically saying we want them to hold, to at least reach out and solicit feedback from key constituencies, Hudson River Park Trust, New York State DOT, which they haven't really talked much to yet. And then the third is just asking our locals to advocate essentially for what we're asking for. So hopefully that's gives you enough of a summary. I think I would encourage everyone to join our meeting next month, because I do really want to come up with a whole list, really sort of points that we want to just think about going forward, just so we can get our views out, our word out. It's a little too early to comment on stuff like specific design features. They did put some stuff in the report, which I put into the chat, and you can see broadly what they propose for our area. It's a mix of flood walls and deployable gates along the Hudson River Park. But my understanding talking to them is that the design specifics are far from being done. I didn't mention the timeline, I'm sorry. The current timeline is to have a design phase that would start in mid-24, and then actual construction would start in 2030. So I think that covers it.
Agenda item separate from, well, different topic from the rest of on your list. I'm going to take questions now related to it. Susanna?
I just wanted to commend Will for catching this, for putting it on his radar, and for all the work that he's done on it. That's all.
Okay.
Thanks, Susanna.
Okay. Okay, continue with the rest of Bob.
Yeah, and to answer a question in the chat, what they have proposed, you can look at the schematics. It's the third link I put in the chat. Yes, it is a flood wall. So yes. Okay, let me go on to Rich. Did you have a question on resiliency?
I think it'd be valuable if you just spent just 10 seconds just talking about the schedule again, just so people know. We're talking about a program that's going to take how many years?
Yes. And thanks for raising that, because again, this I think is one reason why we think up front a little bit more time thinking about is important, because this is going to go on for a long time. So there would be a chief of engineers report in mid-24. There will be a tier 2 EIS around that time. And then the design phase starts in mid-24 all the way up to 2030. This is the design and planning phase. And then they would start construction in 2030. That construction is planned to go for 14 years. So they would actually complete it in 2044. And then it has a 50-year design life, I believe. I have to double check that. And so, yeah, the upfront cost, $53 billion. That doesn't include the $23 billion maintenance cost over the 50-year design life. So that's another, and that's all non-federal, by the way.
Okay. Thank you, Will. When you're done, if you could put that timeline in the chat, and then we can use that in the minutes as well. But
yes,
after you finish presenting. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so for street activities, resolution number 2, November 15th, Washington Square Park, Pro Mobile Kitchen, Dove branded truck. This was a unanimous approval with one recusal, Zachary Roberts. Number 3, red carpet arrival, sponsor Stuart Weissman, LaGuardia between Washington Square South, November 29th, partial sidewalk closure. That was unanimous approval. Item 4 is a little complicated because it's 3 events by the same sponsor, all within a 3-day period within CB2. We had unanimous approval with a suggestion of a location change for the first one, December 2nd. We had unanimous deny with one recusal for the second one, Broadway, which is Broadway between Spring and Prince. That I think anyway is covered by a moratorium on events in that area during the holiday period. And then we had a unanimous approval on the third location, Spring between Crosby and Lafayette. Number 5, Penguin Random House book vending machine, December 3rd, Gansevoort Plaza. That was a no-show. Oh, I need to change that. I put adopted unanimous. Well, no, that's right. Unanimous denial. That's right. And then number 6, Valentino Beauty double-decker bus, 9th Ave between Little West 12th and West 13th, December 9th, unanimous approve. And then number 7, 3 a.m. theater. I'm not even sure this is a real event. This one was a little bit weird, but it was a no-show anyway. So it's unanimous deny, but I'm going to follow up with CECM just to even see if it's a real event. And then number 8 was FYI approval for Holiday Lights in Meatpacking District. This is a repeat event, adopted unanimously.
Okay. I see one question, Susanna.
Yeah, item 3, Will, is that Stuart Weissman a filmmaker or is it the shoe designer?
He is the, no, it's not the shoe designer.
Okay, then
he's,
never mind.
He's the producer for this red carpet event.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't a misspelling. Thank you.
Thank you. Shirley Secunda? You're muted.
Oh, yeah, I'm unmuting. This is a question about the same thing, but I was just curious. What movie is it?
I believe the name of the movie was Spoiler Alert.
Ah,
Okay. Look for that one. Okay. Any other questions? I don't see any questions in there. Is there any objection to moving the resiliency resolution number 1, the street activities 2 through 7, and renewal number 8 into the omnibus vote? Seeing none, we will move these 8 items into the omnibus vote. At this time, board members can call out their votes separately if they choose to do so. Next up is Shirley Secunda, Traffic and Transportation.
okay, and then I'm already unmuted. 2 resolutions, both unanimously approved. The first is in response to proposed pedestrian, bicycle, and public space improvements on 10th Avenue between Gansevoort and Horatio Streets. And I do want to make a little comment because there was some comments made in the public session, which is that this resolution, this is not the first time that this issue has been reviewed and talked about. A couple of months back, we did a resolution that came before the board, which was based on many community requests for just the kind of thing that the DOT presented to be done. This is a space that is about 10th Avenue there, about 60 to 70 feet wide, used to be used by the meat packing delivery trucks. Obsolete now, totally wasted space, used mostly by drag racers, no emergency vehicles. So that's the background. I will also say that originally our political, our elected officials, a couple of them had actually brought the item to our attention. Senator Hoylman had said that several people had asked for improvements and some sort of a comfortable for pedestrian approach there. And also Councilperson Botcher and Nicole Barth indeed was at our meeting and was exultant about this plan, that it would meet the needs of so many of the constituents who had asked for this kind of thing of Councilman Botcher. And also there was one constituent, and I won't mention his name, but he's certainly well known to us all. He's a big activist in the Far West Village, and he said he was representing about 200 people. And he was also very enthusiastic about it. I'm simply saying this because the claim is that nobody was in favor. And then there were other people just there and present that were in favor. So I just wanted to give you that background in particular before I just read my resolves. And I'm really open to any questions you have, because I think I might have the answers. Oh yeah, the other thing was I think is that, as I said, unanimous approval by the committee. And I guess the committee just really didn't agree with what these gentlemen were claiming. So resolved, we were in favor of the proposal to transfer the currently underutilized space on 10th Avenue between Gansevoort and Horatio Streets to public space with needed enhancements and safety measures that will benefit the community. And we support the opportunity to employ short-term recommendations for quick implementation and betterment. And we urge applying signal timing at the new West Street crossing that allows for at least 40 seconds of crossing time and more if necessary to provide sufficient time to cross for both the physically challenged and all those traversing West Street's substantial width. And we also encourage coordination with other West Side traffic signals to render all in sync with ample crossing time. And we look forward to the MPD's Meatpacking District bid presentation next month, addressing a longer-term vision, including full pedestrianization of the 10th Avenue area at a later phase, when sufficient study and resources are available to explore this potential. Until this later phase occurs, CBS asks consideration to be given to the possibility of converting this piece of 10th Avenue to an open street. Further resolve, we strongly recommend that the planned extension of both West 13th Street and Little West 12th Street bike lanes to 10th Avenue be implemented concurrently as part of the first phase of improvements. CB2 further recognizes the important role that granite blocks can play in both defining and safeguarding the proposed plaza's perimeter while adding design interest, and asks that DOT ensure their use by providing the blocks needed from in-house stock or from those that exist elsewhere. And finally, we emphatically request that once design details and signalization plans are finalized, that they be presented to CB2 with renderings and other backup materials to provide a clear and thorough overview of what is planned for final comments in advance of implementation. So that's one. And Janine, shall I just go right to the second one, or?
Yes, go right to the second
Okay,
one.
Right on. Okay, and this resolution is in response to a presentation by the New York City Department of Transportation on DOT's new car share program. And resolved. CB2 recognizes the potential that the car share program offers to reduce car ownership and activity, and therefore help reduce occupation of curb and street space with vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. Further, we understand that the car share program offers a useful option for those who need to use a car occasionally for short or less extensive trips, and provides an alternative to having to own a car. Further, we strongly advise that DOT incorporate a pricing structure and fee requirement for CSOs, that's car share organizations, that reflects the true fair market rate charge for parking space and the high value of public street space, especially in view of the car share spaces being reserved for private enterprise and profit. In other words, this charge would be for the actual car share organizations. Further, CB2 is in favor of the car share program, but cautions that it is still incomplete and needs further development of operational procedures, along with a recognition that each community is different and requires consideration of its unique makeup and needs. Thus, we urge extensive and repeated monitoring of the procedures and how well they are addressing those needs and modifying approaches where necessary. This would include assuring that the dedicated car share parking spots and the street areas they occupy are adequately cleaned and vehicles themselves are cleaned thoroughly, that ample attention is given to keeping the dedicated parking spaces clear of illegally parked vehicles, and that these spaces are distributed more evenly. We emphasize all this should be assessed and applied to CB2, keeping in mind the specific needs and character of the CB2 district. Further, highly recommend that DOT or a third party update the 2021 evaluation to include CB2 activity data from operators, members of the community, and customers. Performance metrics can include car and parking spot cleanliness, traffic violations, changes in GHG and VMT. Be it further resolved, we firmly support and request that DOT require CSOs to provide car share vehicles with advanced safety technology, as well as lightweight electric or hybrid vehicles, and a process to ban unsafe drivers. Finally, CB2 encourages DOT to consider concentrating car share dedicated parking spaces in municipal parking lots, where many of the concerns that come with curbside spots, such as cleanliness, enforcement, block spaces and security would be non-existent. A mouthful. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Shirley. There's a mouthful. Do we have any questions? Katie?
I do want to ask Shirley about some of the comments in the public session. I think you went over some of it, but I want to be very clear because one of the members of the public said that there were there was overwhelming criticism or rejection of the street redirection, the street changes on the 10th Avenue.
Well, there were objections from those two gentlemen, and I would call upon my committee to comment further.
Okay.
There were no other objections from people.
Do any committee members want to pipe in before Dan, as a vice chair? Why don't you jump in here?
Yeah, you have to understand this is a long process we're going through. We started talking about this almost 9 months ago, and we've had several meetings about it. And Meatpacking Bid kind of decided to pick it up, saw the area, as did DOT, and we're basically listening to their plans. Sam Schwartz is involved. So I back Shirley 100%. I think that it was a meeting that if we had more time, we probably could have spoken about it longer, but we didn't have more time. It was a 3-hour meeting. So I think Shirley and the committee listened and repeated what we learned in this resolution.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Donna?
I wanted to ask who the person was who was the activist who spoke for the 200 people.
Okay, can I say that? I mean, is that okay? It was Zach Weinstein.
Okay, so I just want to say, I did not hear him say he was speaking for 200 people. He spoke at the meeting, but I did not hear him say he was speaking representing his large mailing list of people that he has. So I just want to be, I don't want to speak for Zach, but I do want to speak to what I heard there. And I don't think he said he was speaking for those.
Well, then, you know what I suggest? I suggest you go back into the transcript.
Okay, thank you. Bob?
Yeah, so I guess, and I wasn't there, so I can't speak to what occurred. I think what the two gentlemen that spoke in the public session were encouraging to a certain extent is some form of reconsideration so that their voices could be heard. And then I think the other thing I got out of what was said is that their voices were not heard. And so I guess.
Okay, I think I can answer that one too.
Well, I didn't finish.
Gentlemen,
Okay,
let
Shirley, let Bob finish.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob.
No problem. So I guess my question really is, would you folks, there's really two questions. One is this something that has to be dealt with right away? Can it be reconsidered so that maybe there could be some more public input and discussion on it? And is this time of the essence really on it? So those are really my two questions. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, these gentlemen were given ample, endless time to speak. And that is why our meeting went so long, because they more or less commandeered the discussion. And I would be very reticent to have to go back and discuss this when the input was positive. And this has been something that has been requested by the community for months and months. And in addition to that, the varying opinions of these gentlemen were heard. And we, in evaluation, did not feel that they were suitable to apply. And so, no, I think our decision was made certainly on their input and everybody else's. And what the community has been requesting for months. Oh, and Nicole Boss was there too, representing, I'm sure, I don't know how many constituents. And she expressed her elation that this was being done and that she could go back to her constituents now and tell them that this was being taken care of for them. So no, I wouldn't. I don't know with the committee. I mean, they're here. They can raise their hands if they're in favor of that.
Ritu?
Hi. So I would like to speak on my own behalf as a committee member, but also someone who lives in the neighborhood. And I think there were a few things that the committee was trying to balance. Number one was given the pressing need to do something with that area because it is currently being used for kind of drag racing by very, very noisy cars and very, very noisy motorcyclists, which has been disturbing the community. So that's kind of the urgent pressing need. I hope I'm not misstating, but that is certainly my perspective, and that's what I hear from my bedroom. And the question is, with most things with DOT, it takes years to get something accomplished. And in this instance, we were trying to balance the short-term urgency to do something about eliminating the ability for these motorcyclists and noisy car owners to use the space with a consideration by DOT for a larger area, more comprehensive plan. And that this was considered a good opening step since it would accomplish diminishing the noise disturbance, and that it would still give ample opportunity to do the longer term consideration of the larger plan, which we are also in support of, and that we are pushing DOT to consider, and that the bid is also pushing DOT to consider. But this was considered a very good short-term win. Shirley, I hope I'm not misstating anything.
Richie, you have said it perfectly.
Thank you. Brian?
Yes, thank you. So I wasn't at the meeting either, but what I heard from the public comments, there were a couple of comments about whether DOT guaranteed the width for traffic and things like that. But the other comment was, since not everybody agreed with all of the concepts and proposals, that on page 3 of the whereases, that it may be a simple matter of deleting the part about community members enthusiastically welcome the proposal and support the concepts, and maybe even the one about express their preference for fully pedestrianized areas. Those two judgmental calls seem to be out of place. And I would think that to respect the community members that objected, that those be eliminated.
Donna, before I come back to you, I'm going to go to Bo because he hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, hi. No, just a quick comment. I wasn't at the meeting either, but it seems to me that if one of the, apparently it's a terrible problem with noise, very noisy vehicles. I mean, isn't that a police matter? Isn't this a rather drastic way to solve a problem that seems to me is a police matter? That's just a comment. Thank you.
You don't want me to address that, right?
Okay. Thank you. Carter?
Are we speaking on both of these, or did we split them apart?
We haven't split them apart. We're just asking questions. Did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I was looking at the second resolution, and the final resolve says to encourages DOD to consider concentrating car share dedicated parking spaces in municipal parking lots. Manhattan only has one municipal parking lot, and it's not in our community board. So I'm not sure why we would encourage putting them in municipal parking lots, because that kind of makes it totally inaccessible, and that's down on the Lower East Side.
You know, that's a good point, Carter. The plan calls for both curbside parking and municipal parking lots. And I guess we were just addressing that in terms of the broader plan. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, for access for our
We might
community,
be
if we're
say, we
trying,
might say for the broader plan, would you be agreeable to that?
that's just not applicable to us and our
No.
problem. So
Yeah,
I just don't know why we're commenting on that
Yeah.
Okay, so
aspect. of it.
Carter, let's come back. I'll come back to you with maybe if you have an amendment to that. Let's go to Adam, who hasn't,
Thanks.
Adam, have you spoken yet? I'm sorry.
I have not spoken
Okay,
about
thank
this.
you. You spoke earlier on a
Um,
different topic.
Thank you. No, I think Shirley did a really good job of just characterizing the committee's process as we really think about, an integrated vision for the future for our neighborhood. I do think, to kind of synthesize what I've heard over the past few comments is, we'd like maybe to add some qualitative description to the way that we're talking about the public comment in the resolution. So Shirley, I would offer as a friendly amendment to say, the majority of public input reflected, and so on and so forth in the areas in the resolution where we call out public input.
Okay, so the amendment is for the first whereas adding the majority of the 3 words, the majority of. Do we have a second for that amendment?
Second.
Okay. So we have an amendment on the floor. I'm going to do a voice. We have an amendment on the floor. Do you have a question on what we would be voting on, Valerie?
Yes, could you clarify what the amendment is that we're voting on?
Okay, sure. The amendment is on page 3 of 6 of traffic and transportation, the first whereas. It says, currently it says, whereas community members enthusiastically welcomed. We would add, whereas the majority of community members, so 3 words, the majority of community members enthusiastically welcomed. Okay. Is there anyone have any confusion about what that amendment is or need more clarity?
Isn't that a friendly amendment?
There's no such thing as a friendly amendment. It's just an amendment. So that's why I'm going to do a voice vote. And if it gets tricky, then we'll do a roll call vote. All in favor of this amendment, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Any recusals? Okay, this amendment passes. Do we have any more questions or comments on the first T&T resolution? Valerie, is your hand still up? Do you have another question on the first T&T? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Donna, do you have a question on the first T&T?
I have a comment. I did go back and read Zach's testimony, and he did not say he was representing people. He said he sent out an email to people, to try to get people notified.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay. Carter, do you have a comment on the first?
Yeah, I just had a question. Did Brian mean to put his recommendation on the floor as the suggestion?
He actually did not make it as an amendment. Brian, did you have an amendment? That you wanted to propose, or do you just have you made it as a comment?
The amendment covers my comments.
Okay, so you're satisfied. Okay, wonderful. Carter, did you have a proposed amendment to the second resolution?
I think that it should just be removed because.
Okay,
it's
I'm
not
sorry.
really
Can you be
relevant to
specific of where is that whereas? I'm sorry.
Well, it would remove the last be it finally resolved, and it would obviously change the one before it to be it finally resolved.
Okay. So on page 6 of 6, Carter is proposing that the second to last, therefore be it resolved, say be it finally resolved, and that the final one that's there be completely deleted. Do we have a second?
Oh, I'll second it.
Okay, our committee chair seconds it. So is there any confusion about this amendment? So the second to last line says, be it finally resolved that CB2 firmly supports ... and the last, be it finally resolved, is deleted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions or recusals? Okay, so these two resolutions as amended, I'm not seeing any other hands. Is there any objection to moving TNT resolution 1 and 2 as amended into the omnibus vote?
Nope.
Okay, seeing none, we'll move these two items as amended into the omnibus vote at this time. If anyone wants to call anything out, you can do so then. Okay, next up is Susanna Aaron, Human Services.
Hi, everybody. We had one resolution. We had a meeting to discuss the crisis of asylum seekers primarily, but not exclusively from Venezuela that have flooded in since the beginning of the summer. It is a resolution in support of the city's efforts. Therefore, be it resolved that Community Board 2 Manhattan appreciates the heroic efforts of the city to welcome and support the current influx of migrants. And number 2, supports the allocation of city funds and expediting of hiring processes to permit the responding agencies to continue their work with appropriately scaled staffing. And 3, welcomes the opportunity of CB2 to share in the care and housing of this population. And 4, hopes that lessons derived from the emergency of this crisis can be applied to improve conditions and processes for existing immigrants in our city and our domestic homeless population. And that was unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for Susanna? Okay, seeing none, is there any objection to moving this resolution into the omnibus vote? Okay, I don't see any objections. We will move Human Services Resolution number 1 into the omnibus. If this time you can call out your vote separately if you choose to do so. Next up is Combined Arts and Institutions Community Facilities Advisory Group, Ivy Kwan Arsa and David Gruber. David, are you presenting?
I can, or
Okay, or Ivy, of who's?
David is gonna, because we met mostly. Thank
Okay,
you.
wonderful.
just give me a minute, please. Be right with you. Having a little computer glitch.
Okay.
Just to give this some context, this was a joint meeting between two committees. The Community Facilities is a new committee.
Newly renamed.
What's that?
Newly renamed.
Newly renamed because the Gansvort project, thank God, is over, so it's morphed into this. So just to give a very, and I know we're moving this meeting along very well, just to give it a slight context, this was a part of the NYU Plan 2031. And if you were not on the board back then, 10 years ago, they agreed to put 750 square feet in the plan for community use. It was part of a very, very big I'm sorry, I'm being distracted. A very, very large part of the 45 block rezoning that NYU got. And so there was a restrictive declaration. And just so you'll know what a restrictive declaration is, if people don't know, it's the ability to fine tune after the ULURP and after the zoning. And I'm sorry. It's an attempt to fine tune the zoning. Margaret Chin did that on her own, and so she put a lot of things in that we were not happy with by custom and practice. Usually, the community board is very involved with this restrictive declaration. So now we have a situation where NYU is going to choose a tenant for this the 750 square feet. And so we wrote a resolution saying, well, hold up here now. We like to have a role in this, the community board, and we like to have a seat at the table to determine who that is. And part of the problem is that if NYU has it in this restrictive declaration, that if they don't get a tenant in there in 1 year's time with a signed lease, not negotiation, but a signed lease, which is pretty hard in a year, the 750 square feet reverts back to NYU in perpetuity to do with what it wants. And, you know, the whole spirit of this is really terrible. It's, to me, it smacks of a conflict of interest. They are solely in this restrictive declaration charged with choosing the tenant. So they're going to reach out to brokers. They put a website up about it that no one knew about. And here's the other thing. This restrictive declaration allows them to get any nonprofit from any part of the city, which means that they could have a yacht club, because the New York Yacht Club is a nonprofit, theoretically, or they could have from another part of the city a baseball team or a community club. It has nothing to do with CB2 at all. And it was really, I feel, poorly written. And so we have a reso. And what the reso says is, first of all, we want the comment period extended for another 30 days, which they're allowed to do under the restrictive declaration. Secondly, we're saying that we want a seat at the table. Thirdly, we said that we would like, when they're choosing a tenant, to have CB2 area, if not exactly CB2, at least like on the edges of it, to be the priority and not to cast a net that allows anybody in New York City to come in and take the space. This is our community. We've suffered through the construction of this space, and now it's our turn to get it. So, so those are the parts that we put in there, and it could have been a letter, but we thought it would have more gravitas if we did a resolution. You can see it. I don't need to go through it point by point, but that's where we are with this. And so we're asking also that, as just a technical matter, because I do this for a living, that signing a lease in 1 year, getting a tenant in place, negotiating back and forth with lawyers, and that's what it'll take, usually as long as a 1 year process. So, you know, it's not that I don't 100% trust NYU. After all, you know, we did hand-to-hand combat 10 years ago. It was really ugly. But I said, we can't have it with a stopwatch and say, guys, you're 11 months and 25 days here. We got 5 more days. If we don't sign this lease, we're taking it back in perpetuity. So we said, at least that it goes under negotiation, which is quite different than actually having a signed lease. So we had a spirited discussion. NYU did not show up to the meeting, which surprised me. And I think that I've
I
heard.
believe they said they were coming. So.
What's that?
Didn't they say they were coming too?
Well, the assistant director of community affairs told me that she wasn't coming, but I spoke to her today and I said, well, we thought that somebody from NYU should have been there. And she said, I guess we screwed up on that. And I said, yeah. So they also agreed to extend it for 30 more days, the comment period. So that was an easy one because it's allowed in the restrictive declaration. But the other ones, and I said in the spirit of working with the community board, even though it's not required, and by extension, the community, to be fully part of the selection process, we really need to get in and be part of this so that we don't get some strange nonprofit that has nothing to do with CB2. And so that's where we are with this. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Michael Levine?
Yes, Dave, thank you for all of your work. Can you quickly tell us, or did I miss it, what is the location of the space?
The location is on Mercer Street.
Yes.
It's the old, if you know where the Zipper building
was,
it's where the gym was. It's on Mercer Street between Bleecker and Houston Street.
Good, thank you.
And the building is a huge building. I don't know, maybe it's like 25,000 square feet, of which is 750 square feet.
Yeah. The building is about 750,000 square feet. The main entrance is on Mercer, and the space, the building shifted all the way to the edge of Mercer. So the space is accessible on what essentially would be Green Street if it were to continue to the super block, and that'll be a wider pathway.
Doesn't face the street. There's a kind of promenade that they created between the Silver Tower buildings and this building.
Very attractive space.
It is. It is. Thank you very much. Thank you again for all the work.
Susanna?
Thanks for all the explanation. I'm just confused about the resolved B. Let it be further resolved that NYU make the CB2 community in which the facility is located a priority in selecting a tenant that for the space, and that NYU both recognizes the needs and programs that benefits this community. I was just confused by that clause, and it also
Sure.
seems to be covered to me by clause number C.
Right.
Which is more a specific request, just saying CB2 gets to be part of the selection process.
I think that what happens if they choose not to include us into the selection process, we wanted to make sure that at least there was a resolve that they fully recognize the needs and programs that benefit the community. And so that is referring back to what I said before.
I see. Okay. That's fine. The
Because
language is a little,
any-
the language is a little confusing, but that's
Well,
fine.
if you have a tighter language, I'm happy to accommodate.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Eugene?
Maybe I missed this. Thanks, David, for putting this together, but was there a vote?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it got truncated when I sent it over.
Oh, okay.
It was unanimous that we all agreed, by consensus, we all agreed that this, and I sent this out to the committee, and I got several people came back and said they were fine with it. But yes, I'm going to say it was unanimous. Yeah.
All right, thank you, David.
So.
Okay. Perhaps, does somebody have a suggestion to make number B a little more grammatically correct? Be it further resolved.
I'll tweak it, and I mean, I won't change any of the sense of it, and I'll submit it to David, and if he's comfortable with it, or however you'd like.
I think the gist is that it's a CB2 base.
Yeah. Yes, I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Suzanne, I don't know that NYU is going to acquiesce to my request.
No, I understand.
No, but we can still ask it.
I'll just tweak it. I'll tweak B a little bit, and then I'll submit it later.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
That's great. And
Yeah, thank you.
if there's no problem, I'll incorporate.
And I'd
it.
also like to spell out restrictive declaration instead of have it RD.
Well, if you saw it in the first time I referred to it.
Yeah, I know.
I
But
put
sometimes people
an
only
RD.
read the therefore be it resolved, so.
No, but we're in the first whereas, where I used restrictive declaration, I said RD because I didn't want to have to repeat RD 15 times. So
Yeah, okay,
that's really how it should.
okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? I'm gonna let Susanna, I'm gonna put this in this is a grammar issue and not a substance issue. I am going to, so is there any, I see no other additional questions. Is there any unwillingness to move this one resolution into the omnibus? Seeing none, we will move this joint resolution into the omnibus vote.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, David.
Sure.
And thank you, Ivy. Okay, let's go to SLA 1. Donna Raftery.
Yep, okay. So we had 18 applications this month and 7 resolutions. The first one was One Tree Hill doing business as the Westerly at 39 East 13th Street on the 6th floor, was a restaurant wine license, and that was denied unless with stipulations, unanimous 8-0. The second one was Beaumaison Corp. doing business as El Cantonero, 86 University Place. And that was a change in method of operation to an on-premise restaurant license. The change was to add a DJ from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Thursdays to Saturdays. And that was deny unless with stipulations, with 6 in favor and 2 opposed. I have a change to make on the reso of that one where I'll give that to you. It's not really a change. I said alteration instead of change in method of operation in one spot. The third one is EVJR LLC at 293 Mott Street. That was for a tavern wine license in a previously unlicensed location. That was denied, unanimous 8-0. Fourth one, Timoni, doing business as Tre Giovanni, 548 LaGuardia Place, on premise for a restaurant. That was denied unless with stipulations, unanimous 8-0. WLLC, doing business as The Woolly, 390 Broome Street, on premise for a restaurant. That was deny unless with stipulations, unanimous 7-0, 1 recusal. Night Owl Comedy, doing business as Comedy Cellar, 118 West 3rd. That was an on premise for a comedy club bar tavern. deny unless with stipulations unanimous, 8-0. And then the last one was this Montre Journe LLC doing business as FP Journe 53 Mercer Street for an on-premise of bottle club license. They're going to be returning to us next month for reconsideration. So we will have a full resolution at that time. And that's that.
Okay, thank you. Rocio, do you have do you want to call out any, or do you have any, do you want to call out any, or do you have questions, or both?
I have a few questions.
Okay.
Number one, number two.
You want to call out any of them?
Yes.
Which one?
1, 3, 5, and 7. But I just have very simple questions, so I think we could handle them if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so number one, I'm curious as to why an item, it's on the 6th floor. And in your whereas, the 5th whereas, item number 17, why is it relevant if the premises are located on the 6th floor of the building? The applicant stipulated that they would abide by DOB and keep current at all times permits and certificates. Item number 17 should be deleted, as is not really relevant because you have to have a restaurant or a premises on the street level, not on the 6th floor. Just a question.
Donna?
I don't understand your question.
She's asking, does the law require a street level presence?
I know what the answer is. That's not the question I'm asking.
I'm sorry, what is your question?
My question is, why are you having a number 5th whereas, item number 17 in your stipulations? Why are you including that?
To come back, item number 17, alteration to lights prior to submitting plans for permanent sidewalk or roadbed. That one, that's number 17, if I'm reading this correctly.
That's right.
Well, because yes, it's not permitted, but we've had that people come for that. And if they, who knows what a program will be. So it will be an alteration to their license if they change anything they're operating by now. They would have to come back to us. So that's why I have it there.
No, I understand, but they couldn't do it anyway. So the next question is number 3. Forget that one. The next one is number 5. Number 5, the Woolley 390 Broome Street. It was you voted unanimously in favor, and I would like to ask, there was one recusal. Can we talk about that?
Bob, why did you recuse yourself?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to recuse myself tonight. The applicant is the son of another person that works with me for many years.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Excellent, thank you so much. And
number 7.
Yeah, number 7. You just said that they were going to come back. Is that what you just said? Did I miss that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you, Rocio. Brian?
Oh, thank you. I had 2 questions about number 2 and number 7 on the reasons for the votes to oppose the others in the voting.
So for the people who, you mean number 1 or number 2? I'm sorry, number 2.
Yeah, the item number 2.
So Bob Ely and Anthony Wong, why did you oppose this one?
I voted against it because the application was for 2 a.m. There had been significant problems at this location, which is why they were coming back to us. When they had come back to us in the past, they were not willing to change things to meet their former agreements with this community board. And they were using DJs improperly. They had security there. They weren't operating as a restaurant. And so their application actually said things that I think were designed so that, everything could be worked out at the community board level, despite all the problems that had existed there in the past. And I think that was a positive improvement, except that The committee then went to 3 a.m. On their own when the application was 2 a.m. I thought it was way more appropriate to stick with the 2 a.m. Anytime there can be an application for alteration, change of method of operation in the future, that opportunity always presents itself for any applicant. And so I thought that was a bad decision. So that's why I voted against it. It's the 1 hour.
Okay, thank you. And Anthony?
I went along with the same reasoning as well.
Okay, thank you. And Brian, number 7 you were asking about?
Yeah, same thing. Voting
Okay.
against.
Just flip over.
I would say, Brian, I voted against that resolution. I was in favor of that one. They're coming back. It's kind of a moot point. So I'm going to have my opportunity to speak at the next meeting if I'm there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions on SLA 1? Seeing none, do we have any opposition to moving SLA 1 through 7? I guess it's 1 through 6 and now 6 through 18 are layovers, withdrawals, and did not appear into the omnibus vote. Seeing none, we will move those 18 items into the omnibus vote. And if anyone wants to call anything out at that point, you can do so then. SLA 2, Bob?
Thank you. Okay, so at SLA 2, we had a fairly busy month, 17 applications. We resolved 10 and the rest were layovers and a couple of withdrawals. The first one is Zha 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 West Village. It's an existing on-premise location, restaurant, alteration to add the basement. Recommendation is deny unless. I believe all the decisions were unanimous, but deny unless for this one. Number 2 is Greed Island, 70 Charlton Street. This is a new on-premise liquor license in Hudson Square in a new building. And again, the recommendation is deny unless with stipulations. Number 3 is, even though it's a different address, it's the same building, but on the backside. So it's on Van Dam Street and not on Charlton. This is a cafe ancillary to the restaurant. Deny unless with stipulations. Number 4 is a new on-premise license to operate a restaurant on Bedford Street. Deny unless is the recommendation again, and again, it's unanimous. I'm sorry, my computer is moving a little slow here. Number 5 is Bangkok Supper Club, another on-premise license to operate a restaurant. Deny unless stipulations. Number 6 is Masticabrado Inc. This is at 453 6th Avenue. This is the location that used to be Sammy's Noodle Shop. It's a new on-premise liquor license. Deny unless with stipulations. Sorry, things are slow here. Number 7, it's a not-for-profit entity to be formed by HC operator, 2935 9th Avenue in the Meatpacking. This is a new club liquor license. The recommendation is to deny that application. And again, it was unanimous. Number 8, 93 Greenwich, Chez Stanley. This is another new on-premise liquor license, operate a restaurant. Deny unless with unanimous decision. 9 is J Bell on behalf of the entity to be formed. 102 Christopher Street. This is for a new cocktail lounge and previously unlicensed location on Christopher Street. The recommendation from the committee is to deny the license, and there is a path for that we provide to approve the license at the State Liquor Authority in the alternative. So number 10 is ISODI, This is really a removal, but it's treated as a new on-premise liquor license at 314 Bleecker Street. This was the formerly AOC location or restaurant. It's a pretty substantial application with a lot of discussion, denying less with a number of stipulations to deal with the use of a rear yard garden. And the rest, 11 through 17, get either laid over at the meeting, before the meeting, and there's a couple withdrawals. That's it.
Thank you, Bob. So we have items 1 through 10 are unanimous, 11 through 17 layover, withdrawals did not appear. Rocio, questions?
Yes, if number 1 is 63 Carmine Street, I believe that's a Mexican restaurant. And I believe the correct pronunciation of the name is ha ha ha, which means in English it's a laughter, right? Ha 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 in Spanish. So it's not ja ja ja. Okay, that's number 1. A comment. Just like I don't like people pronouncing my name wrong. The same thing. And then I have number 9. I think number 9 is J. Bell, 102 Christopher Street. The committee voted to deny because they would not compromise. However, they added all the cookie cutter stipulations to the resolutions, holding the applicant responsible for stipulations they refused to consent to. I think it's unfair, and it's your way or the highway. So I vote against this resolution.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rocio. Do we have any other questions or comments? Seeing none, is there any opposition to moving SLA 2 items 1 through 10 into the omnibus vote, as well as 11 through 17 layover withdrawals and did not appear? Seeing none, we will move these 17 items into the omnibus vote. Next up is Susan Kent, who has spent an enormous amount of time with her committee on revising our bylaws, working through every grammatical, legal, technical term. And I just want to say kudos to Susan and her team for really doing an amazing job on this. Thank goodness she's an attorney. You should hire her. She knows how to dot her I's and cross her T's and manage us, which is always impressive. So let me turn it over to Susan to take us through bylaws.
Thank you, Janine. Yes, it is my pleasure to present on behalf of the working group a completely revised set of bylaws. This process has taken, the working group was reconstituted over 2 years ago. We have been working through this all that time. I know that I have been, sharing with you. There have been some interim changes that were approved along the way so that we could function, such as the changes that were made to the election process. But now you have a complete set in front of you. The text that is attached to the report is a clean version. I know you were also all sent a marked version. And as I stated in my report, the only changes since the last time you received it were the corrections of internal references, which were needed because Matt Metzger graciously reformatted the document for me. So it's now very legible and well organized. The only thing I actually realized that I omitted is that at the very top, in the very start, I neglected to include today's date, as the final, as the most recent date of amendment. So that will have to be added. Otherwise, it is, open for comments and anything anyone would like to. I believe there will be at least one comment on this, but please. Maybe there's, Susanna. Okay. And Rocio. Okay. And Adam.
First of all, I wanted to thank the committee because that's a bear of a job, and boy, that's a lot of language. I wanted to discuss one clause which troubles me, and that is clause 5.4, which says all members shall be entitled to participate in the deliberations of any committee meeting that they attend, whether or not they have been assigned to the committee in question. I respect the spirit of this idea, which is that, as Janine has said, we try to encourage committee members to go to all committee meetings, whether they are on the committee or not, so that they can really be involved in the process when we're formulating ideas. I also think that there are times when the contributions of non-committee members is invaluable. But I think that as giving non-committee members the blanket right to be part of the deliberations of all committee meetings undermines the whole idea of committees. It undermines efficiency. I mean, the reason that we as a body of 50 people have assigned work to committees is to improve efficiency. And Roberts, just using the Bible of Roberts, and I'm no parliamentarian, says that in large assemblies, those doing great deal of business, much of the preliminary work is usually done by committees. If in deliberation, in a committee deliberation, it's a smaller group and you get to hear from people more than once and you get to really formulate ideas. If a group of 10 turns into a group of 40, or in this case, it really could be a group of 50, logically, unlikely, but logically, there's no such thing as discussion at that point. It's impossible to have the kind of mediation that you really need to tackle some difficult issues. I think it also weakens the voices of committee members. It's different, when you're one voice among 10, that's very different than being one voice among 50. And the whole, this is a group that works together throughout the year and has a certain way of working together. I think it's a privilege that ought to be protected. Because also non-committee members can always advocate at the full board meeting. It also undermines the responsibility of the committee chair. It's the committee chair's responsibility to ensure that reports and resolutions are clear, well-constructed documents that reflect perspectives, including from the public and non-committee members, and conclusions reached by its committee members. So it should be the discretion of the chair to determine the occasions when business sessions would be enriched by allowing the participation of non-committee members and when they would be hindered by doing so. So I was hoping to propose a substitute amendment, an amendment. I guess we're not using substitute or friendly anymore. So I was hoping to introduce a different amendment that I think Janine was going to share. I sent it to her earlier on.
Can everyone see this?
Let me see.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Okay, great. I've also emailed it to everyone, so I sent it to you. For those of you who prefer to look at it on your own computer, it's in your inbox from me, emailed a few minutes ago.
So at the top is this clause as written in bold, and then the proposed amendment, the underlines are just the language that would change. Instead of entitled to participate, encouraged to participate, but in the public session, not the deliberations. And then during business session, the committee chair shall have discretion to limit deliberations to committee members, provided that she or he announces so in a timely fashion during the public session. I would say that in most committees, in most meetings, there's a lot of opportunity to have deliberations from anyone who wants to be part of it. But there have been occasions when it's a really hot conversation and a lot of people want to join in, and it completely undermines the efficiency and the working relationship of committees.
Thank you, Susanna. Do we have a second for this amendment?
I think we should, excuse me, I think we should discuss this before we.
Well, I would like to have a second, and then we can discuss it, because if we don't have a second, we wouldn't discuss it.
I second.
We have several seconds. Okay, so let's go to discussion. I'm going to go in the order the hands are up. First up is Rocio.
I thoroughly agree with everything that Susanna said. It's just the right thing. It's the perfect thing. She put it I agree with the changes, and I will certainly support anything like this that Susanna has brought up. She said it all. I don't need to repeat, but I thoroughly agree. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Frederica.
I agree. I thank you very much, Susan, for all the work that your committee did. I thought that Susanna put this very, very eloquently. The only thing that I'm concerned about is that if Robert's Rules of Order, if I read it right, Robert's Rules of Order says that the discussion should be limited to committee members. And so I feel that that would be a better way to go. Otherwise, I feel that it could put a lot of strain on the committee chair to have the option to let people who are not committee members speak. So I'd rather see that we follow Robert's Rules of Order with the option if the committee chair wants to do otherwise, rather than the other way around. But thank you, Susanna. That was really eloquently put.
Thank you. Valerie?
Yeah, I'd like to comment. I feel as though we're protecting I'm thinking of the training that we've all gone to this week, and thinking of the bias training. And, there's a slide that really stuck out to me about privilege and fragility. And I know that word was used a couple of times here about protecting this privilege of being on the committee. But we are all board members that have been appointed in this spot. And I think it's really a question of leadership that perhaps doesn't have the training to be able to facilitate a meeting where there are these different voices. And, from that slide of that training this week, fragility, the definition of it is it's a defensive move to protect your privilege. And it sounds like that's what we're doing here. So I just ask everyone to think about that as to why we are being exclusionary when we're trying to be more inclusive. We promote the discussion happening and the work happening in the committee. And I do see the public session item there, but I really trust the work of the bylaws committee. They twice, the first time, chose not to include this, and in a second time it was presented again, chose not to include it. So I would really urge board members to think about how this is in the context of fragility and privilege.
Okay. So thank you. You're opposed to this. Just want to summarize. You're opposed to the amendment?
I am opposed to it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. David Gruber?
Thank you. I understand what Suzanne is saying, but in the very unlikely situation of 40 people showing up at a committee, I think traditionally this is where we kind of bounce ideas around where there's a lively discussion. And I don't think it undermines the committee at all. I think still the committee members have the final vote. And that's the important thing. They're going to vote on it. And I don't think anybody should be afraid of discussion. I am opposed to this. I think it's an important element to be able to go to a smaller group and not take the entire full board, if you want to talk about efficiency. And I think that I'm against this. And although I appreciate the concerns of Suzanne Ahrens.
Thank you, David. Eugene?
Thank you. Well, first, thanks to Susan for tirelessly putting all of this together. I know it's been a very long process, but my question is for Susanna. Doesn't the chair of a committee always have the option to limit discussion on, if we, conceivably have 50 people show up at a committee meeting? I've been to committee meetings where we have a large number of people, or we anticipate a large number of people showing up, and the chair accordingly says discussions are limited to 1 minute, or some other break on the amount of time that people can take up. Isn't that always the case, that if we didn't have your amendment and we kept 5.4 as it is, wouldn't the chair always have the ability to limit discussion?
Can I respond to that?
Well, the question is for you, yes.
Yeah. Yes, of course. But in a committee meeting, when we have to walk out of this meeting with a resolution, I want to, I mean, I as a chair, but also in a committee that I'm on, think committee members should be able to speak more than once. I mean, we want to have a back and forth. It's not a just ask a question, get an answer. We want to have a back and forth. We have to work out a very complicated, sometimes a very complicated position. If 10 additional people show up, and I have had meetings where, you know, hot meetings where a number of other people show up and continue to want to speak, then I'm put in a position as a chair of like, well, am I going to call on my committees more than once, my committee members more than once, and the non-committee members only once? I mean, becomes very discriminatory in the deliberations. So since I can hear from everybody in the public session, which is anyone who would want to curtail that debate is out of their mind. I mean, you want to have the input of every single person who wants to have input. But when it comes to deliberations, it is a deliberating process. It's not just a question of hearing input. There has to be a back and forth. And yes, of course, having 50 people at a meeting would be incredibly unlikely, even though it's the logical conclusion. But even having 6 additional people or 10 additional people makes for a completely unwieldy discussion. And it's not a question of the privilege. It's the question of protecting a working relationship that goes on throughout the year between members who continuously, you know, they develop a certain expertise, you know, on an SLA committee or on a land use committee or in a human services committee, and that working relationship deserves to be able to serve its purpose.
I think the comment about privilege was from Valerie's question, but my question is more
addressing it, but yeah.
My question is more, you know, aren't you just kicking the can down the road? If you're unwilling to have this discussion at committee, aren't we just going to jam up the full board sessions with this type of discussion?
No, because it's not allowing members to come and speak. It's just in the deliberation where we have to actually come up with the proposed language of a resolution. It can throw us completely off our balance.
And just a point of information, it is totally, many committees do this where they always go to committee members first and then non-committee members second. So if you're cycling through, you can prioritize that way.
Right, and that's been the experience of the committees I'm on. Thank you, Janine.
Not in deliberations.
Okay, thank you. Chenault?
Landmarks is, I think, perhaps a bit different from some in that the committee actually sits as a jury to pass judgment on an application. And we have sort of adopted this form in that we have the committee members to speak first after an application is presented. And then the next group that speaks is other members of the board. And then again, when we begin the business session, it always begins by offering the opportunity for, again, members of the board to comment, question the committee, or whatever they would like to have so far as input. And then we move to the formulating the resolution with just the committee members, so that the board members have had an opportunity to build on everything that's been said at the meeting up to the time that the formulation of the resolution takes place.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chenault. Cormac? And unless you have bandwidth issues, if you could, thank you, turn on your camera. We'd love to see your face.
Yeah, I'm not feeling 100%, so I was going to stay off. And I wasn't actually going to say anything, except I wanted to first, very respectfully disagree with Frederica just on the point that I think that Susanna's proposal strikes the right balance. right? In that it gives the committee chairs who do, let's face it, in our system, the huge lion's share of the work on each of the committees, right? The discretion to include board members who are not on the committee, who are there, who I think we all think have valuable things to say most of the time, right? Include them to the extent practicable. But if it becomes a problem for them in terms of getting the committee's work done, getting the deliberation, the management done, to also to limit that participation, it gives that discretion there. I think that's the right place for it. The thing about committees, like building on Chenault's point just now, we sometimes think of expertise as, you have a PhD in the subject or something like that, but that's not true. You sit on one of our committees for a year or 2 years, right? Let alone some of our committees have people been on them for a decade or something like that, right? You've built up a lot of understanding, a lot of expertise, and these people sitting together, as other people have alluded to here, have built up a working system. They're a team when they do this deliberation. They work in a certain way. And so it's great to have, other voices and things come in, but if that becomes disruptive, if it's too big, right, it disrupts the deliberative process. You're not protecting the privilege of the people, you're protecting the process. And to Eugene's point about whether it kicks it to the full, I would say it facilitates the debate at the full. That's what's supposed to happen. The committee members taking their process that they're doing this whole year and their expertise have come up with a solution. Other board members who were there, right, who saw differently, now understand what's going on and can move at the full board for the full board to take a look at this. I think the committee made a mistake. That's how it's supposed to work. So I think this is a really good addition to what I think was a really good bylaws overhaul, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Thank you, Cormac. Bob, Ely?
Yeah, thank you, Janine. I guess I almost agree with everything that Cormac said, except I say just the opposite that Cormac says. I don't think it's a good idea to shut people down at any point, whether, look, you have to get along, you have to work with other people. I mean, we are a grassroots community board. I mean, you have to let people speak, even if you disagree with them. And to shut them down is just going to create animosity. It's going to spill over to the next event, the next discussion. I do think it's really important that that this not occur. And I don't understand. I mean, I understand why it's being proposed, but I really think it's a bad idea. So I'm going to vote against the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Ryder?
Thanks. I think this is a really important amendment. I'm in favor of it. I think that, as the amendment says, it's important to encourage board members to come to committee meetings and to offer their thoughts and even to sit in on deliberations and participate at the discretion of the chair. But I do think that maintaining the ability of the committee to operate without, necessarily the interruption or overwhelm of potential additional voices without the chair's mediation is potentially problematic. And I really take Valerie's point to heart and feel like it leads me in a different direction where we all are on two committees. We all have the ability to really bring our voices to those conversations, whereas it's not always easy to bring one's voice to the larger committee where there are some people who, are more comfortable weighing in more frequently. And I think those same people might be the ones coming to more committee meetings and participating in more deliberations. And actually it's the ability of the chair to create a space where the committee members are the ones deliberating really ensures the kind of equitable empowerment of every board member to have a place to robustly participate in deliberation without, a certain asymmetry in terms of whose voices are heard most frequently or most loudly.
Okay. Thank you. Michael Levine?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I had mentioned this in the bylaws working group, and I'm going to repeat it here. And I know that Susanna does a wonderful job in running the Human Services Committee. It does fantastic work. My problem with the amendment is that there is no criteria to guide a committee chair as to when to say yes, non-committee board members can participate fully in the business session and when they cannot. Is it 2 people? Is it 5 people? Is it 10 people? Is it the nature of the issue? Is it the length of the meeting? It lacks criteria to assist a committee chair in making such a decision. Therefore, we could see different committee chairs exercising this option if this amendment was adopted in different ways, which makes it difficult for us as board members to figure out where we can attend and participate and where we cannot. Lacking the criteria that each committee chair would follow, I would be opposed to this. I understand the intent of it, but lacking the criteria, I would be opposed to this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Lois.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me, Janine?
Yes, we can.
There's a difference between deliberation. Okay, deliberation and discussion. And being on several committees over the years, I feel that every full board member and public member during the committee level has the right to speak and give an opinion or facts. But when it comes to the business session of that committee, I think the deliberation should be for the people that have volunteered to be on that committee. And like Comex says, you get a cohesiveness of a committee relationship. So the word deliberation is just too specific. I would put the word discussion there instead of deliberation. And then add deliberation should be to respect for the committee, the specific committee members. I don't know if I made myself clear, but as I said, the difference between discussion and deliberation are 2 different things.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lois. Next, we have Mark Fitzgerald.
Hi, I'm in favor of this amendment. I really am wondering why board members would have to show up as a committee member, even if they're not on the committee, or should have the right to do that. You know, we really do have to trust our committees to do the work they are tasked with. And because they do it monthly and they do it all the time, they are the ones that are more familiar with the topic and the way that things should be done. They are better informed than people who don't show up to these meetings every single month and do this work. So I don't understand why, as community members, which we are, even though we all have seats on the community board, why we can't attend these meetings if there's a topic that is meaningful to us as public people and testify publicly, just like everybody else. Also, we all have the opportunity to weigh in heavily during full board as board members, and that's where that should happen, not in committee. It is disruptive to the work of the committee, and we all work really hard and shouldn't be subjected to that. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Next up is Katie Ordinaro.
Yes, I've been on the bylaws working group. I've been on it before. Many of us have been on it 2 or 3 times. And I don't see any need to change the language that the bylaws working group has presented. I have always, I think when people, non-committee community board members come to a committee, they come because they have something particular to contribute. We can only sit on 2 committees, but we may have interest or insights, and we bring them to a committee we don't sit on, to be helpful and to actually fulfill our board role of representing community input. And I've always been treated graciously when I've gone to committees that I don't belong to. I always have found that the chairs are very happy to have the non-committee members there and actively seek our input. I've never written a resolution for a committee that I'm not on. I don't think the committee chair would ask me to write a resolution for a committee that I'm not on, but my input has always been welcomed, and I have when committee I'm sitting on, as someone comes, a non-committee member comes who's a community board member, I think we all want their input and we want them to participate as much as possible because it enriches our discussion. And so I am totally in favor of the original presentation. And I appreciate Susanna coming to us, and I appreciate listening to everyone's point of view, but I'm going to continue with the way I've seen it from the beginning. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Shirley, Secunda?
Yes, I think it's a matter of how we view the purpose of a committee. And my impression has always been that the committees are established as a very special group that either has specialized or become specialists in the particular topics that we're addressing. And for that reason, that assignment, I should say, that the purpose is for the committee to hear what everyone has to say, including our fellow board members, and then do the deliberations. And I think that Susanna's amendment is well worded to express that, because it's both saying that all board members need to be encouraged to give their input. But at the same time, when push comes to shove, otherwise why have a committee? And, everybody can come and vote on something. And so therefore I support Susanna's amendment.
Okay. Just a point of clarification, this was about discussion. This was not about voting.
Right.
Okay. We have Valerie and Frederica have their second comments. Is there anyone who would like to speak who has not already gone? Okay, Valerie?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify quickly. You said that we're not voting, but then you had asked earlier if I was opposed. So
we are voting on the Susanna's amendment.
Okay.
Okay, right now I just said that the amendment wouldn't affect voting because the committee still just votes.
Right.
The amendment would address discussion during the business session.
Okay, got it. I also had a comment. That was just a quick clarification because I wasn't planning on commenting on that. That just came up right now. So I just really want to point out, I really have enjoyed listening to the discussion and the differing viewpoints. And I really just want to point out that the board is at a turning point right now. We are I have 2 things I'll quickly sum up because I already spoken this evening. Is one, that we're 2 terms away from the first round of us rolling off the board due to and number 2, for the first time since I've been on the board, votes at our full board meetings are not unanimous anymore. And to exclude dissenting voices from the business session or to exclude board members with institutional knowledge from being able to contribute to the debate, I think is a loss for the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Frederica and Katie, because 2 new people have raised their hands, I'm going to go to Akila and Keen and then come back to you. Akila?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to try to put a hello. I really think what Michael and Bob highlighted are really key in the sense that if there are no guidelines around how the committee chair gets to choose which one of the board members who are not sitting on the committee can continue into the next, the next phase of the meeting, it could really lead to a very messy and just not a good dynamic for the community board members to have with one another. I also think that there could be community board members, like another fellow member just raised, could have expertise, for example, if someone is an engineer, but they don't sit on that committee, but their knowledge could really, push forward and inform the dialogue and the discussion in that business session. I don't think that person should be excluded. They're part of the community board. So, I think that it gets into a dangerous situation where you exclude people maybe because you just don't like them or you're not sure if they're there. That could be an outcome to having this kind of thing when we are really one community board.
Okay, thank you, Akila.
Can I just clarify one thing, Akila? No one is suggesting that in business session you would decide which non-committee members can join and which ones would not.
But you would decide ahead of time. So
you would decide ahead of time that all non-committee members do or do not. You would not select non-committee members.
Yeah. Okay. Keen?
Yes, I'm in support of this. It does mean that not only are committee chairs have to be really responsible, but of course, committee chairs serve at the will of the chair of the entire board. So it actually puts another obligation on the entire board. But if we're going to be effective and efficient, we should give this power to the committee chairs to try to make sure that the deliberation is as cogent as possible. And then, of course, the entire board can undermine it, disagree and change it, which is sometimes happens. If the person who didn't get a chance to be deliberating has a good argument. But I do think we have to try to be more effective as a powerful group. And I think this is a way of being more effective.
So, thank you, Keen. We're going to go to Frederica and Katie for their second comments. Frederica?
Thank you. I just wanted to be sure that it was clear that I'm in favor of Susanna's amendment. It doesn't exclude anyone from the discussion. It simply permits a fully participatory discussion and then trust the committee to deliberate. And so I honor that concept.
Thank you, Frederica. Katie? Carter, have you gone yet on this? I don't believe you have.
No.
Okay,
I was just going to say what
Carter then.
Frederica actually hit the nail on the head I don't agree with her interpretation. The rule says somebody can only speak during public session, and that's not when people get to discuss. And it's not uncommon across the 59 boards in New York City for the full board to function as a committee. And, we often use the opportunity whenever anybody wants to limit discussion, which generally follows a long public session where we have a lot of things to actually discuss. But because we allow for public comments, it eats up the majority of time of the meeting. And the period of when you can really have a full discussion is when you get to view the presentation of whatever it is that's under discussion. And as Akila said, putting the decision on one person to exclude comments from the board members, we're also board members geographically on the board. And when our elected officials decide who to appoint, one of the important discussion points is the geographical representation across the full board area. And so when somebody may not be on a committee, they may be knowledgeable about that particular area. And those are all things that generally we would want to hear. But the deliberations, there's nothing that prevents a committee from having rules about how deliberations occur. Every committee is allowed to set up their own rules. That's outlined in the bylaws, that every committee can have its own rules as far as how as they conduct their meetings. So, you know, for example, you know, there's certain committees here that where board members clearly can participate under some deliberations early on, but the deliberation about the actual vote, people don't participate in. But treating any member as just lining up in the public session, which is what this suggests, belies the whole reason of why we're appointed by the elected officials to participate, which is to bring our interests and knowledge to different areas to participate in board discussions. And I think that there are other ways to accomplish this other than the decision on one committee chair in the moment. I think it'd be better if committees came up with their own procedures as far as how they want to conduct their committee meetings, because each of our committees is so different, instead of this type of approach, which is based on a decision in a moment when something is contentious. That's precisely when we want to have those discussions to be full and robust. And having ideas brought in early on is important so that people can consider those issues, because they will be raised at the full board, but it's sometimes too late to properly incorporate them into a resolution that's written in a particular way. And you know, I don't know how many of you have had an opportunity to try and write something on the fly you know, in a short amount of time, but it's not easy. And so those are some things for thought, but there are other ways to accomplish this that don't exclude board members entirely from a business session.
Okay, thank you. I'm Katie. I'm sorry, I know you've raised your hand for a while, but I'm going to go to people who haven't spoken yet. We have Chenault and then Zachary.
I have spoken, but
Oh, you have? Then I'm going to go to Zachary. I'm sorry.
I still want to. But
No, but you still get to, but I'm going to go to Zachary first. Zach?
Yeah, I don't know how to phrase this, but I move for a vote on the amendment. I mean, we've been discussing. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to take the last two questions, two comments. Katie and Chenault, if you guys could be concise, since you've already spoken. Thank you.
I just have one brief comment. I've been on more committee, you know, I think a lot of us have been on more than the committees we just sit on now. So sometimes, you know, if I go back to traffic and transportation, I was on that committee originally, so it's not as if I'm coming from nowhere and I don't understand how the committee operates. So, you know, I think that is something that's coming to my mind in this conversation.
Okay.
And I'm sure that other people have that multi-committee experience.
Thank you. For those of you who are speaking for a second and third time, if you could get it down 30 seconds, ideally. Chenault and Valerie?
Yes, I just would like for us to remember the difference, and I'm saying again, the way we operate, and I understand everything's different, between discussion and deliberation. Discussion is when all the ideas come in, and deliberation is what the committee does with those discussions.
Thank you, Chenault. Valerie?
Yeah, Zachary, I'd like to point of order. Zachary put a motion on the floor.
But we still had discussion. It's the motion. We have an emotion on the floor, which is this amendment, and we were having discussion. So you are the last comment. So if you don't want to raise your hand, we can vote on it. Okay. Carter?
I just,
do you have another new comment?
Yes, I was just wondering, you know, Rich had put in the chat, and I'm just wondering if Susan can address the commentary.
Yeah, Susan, can you address this, please?
I'm happy to, and I want to thank everybody for all of their thoughtful comments. This proposed amendment was something we considered at our October meeting, and then again at our November meeting. The unanimous view of the working group was that the allowing board members to participate in business session, first of all, it encourages them to show up at these meetings. It also encourages the development of our work at an earlier point in time. It is not the same to participate when you are developing what the position will be, as it's not quite the same as when you've already got a resolution and then you're sort of working with that final version. While it is true that you will have the occasion where you may have many board members showing up, the fact is that the large majority of occasions you have a few members appearing, and from the feedback I've gotten is that their presence enriches the conversation and helps flesh out the work that the committee is doing. I would respectfully disagree that the voices of the committee become drowned out because non-committee board members are participating. It may challenge their viewpoints. It may force them to work at it longer, but in the end, it's actually more effective because the work is being done when a body is together just to deal with that. And then what is presented to the board at a full board meeting is a more thorough and more complete analysis of the situation. Nobody voice gets drowned out, and it is really a question of does it place a greater burden on a chair? Yes, it can be. And yes, there is a challenge that comes with having to deal with more people. But frankly, we see this every month. Our chair deals with 50 people. So it's a question, is it worth it when you have a hot button issue to take on that challenge and go ahead and say, yes, we're going to work it out here and now. And yes, it is sort of like kicking it down the road when you know, instead of dealing with something specific at the committee level. I'm trying to incorporate, you know, the view of the working group members who were unanimous in their support of this position.
Okay, thank you, Susan. I think we are ready. Is there any more discussion? I think we are ready to close this debate and vote on this amendment. And I think this should be a roll call vote. Amy, if you could do the roll call vote for this, please.
And this is on the amendment.
This is on the amendment. Let me reshare my screen. We are voting to add this amendment. Oops, make sure I have it. Yeah, here's the amendment. Whoops, there we go. So basically encourage members to participate in the public session, and the committee chair would have the discretion to limit deliberations to only committee members, provided she announces so in a timely fashion during the public session. So this could happen at the very beginning of the meeting or so. Ryder, is there a question about what we're voting on?
Just grammatically, can we change it to they instead of a
Thank you.
gender?
I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah, okay, we'll put that under grammar and we won't need to vote on that. Thank you, Ryder. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, Akila, any questions about what we're voting on?
I just had a question as to, I'm not sure what timely manner means.
Okay. Are you proposing an amendment to this amendment that would clarify what timely manner means?
Well, I guess I'd like to know what.
Okay, Susanna, what
the person who intends, yeah.
Susanna,
well, I thought it, I thought it was intentionally vague to not specify it, because that's something that you can sort of tell, was it timely or not? I'm not sure exactly. We could change that to in the beginning of the meeting. That's fine. We could change it to in the beginning. Of the meeting.
Okay, so you're amending your amendment to change it to the beginning of the
well,
meeting?
actually, no, I was just going to say, I'm sorry. I was going to just say announces it during the business session. You have to announce it during the business session.
Okay, well then, I mean, I'm just as a point of clarification. You could be in a situation where there's a lot of people, the chair has one point of view and a lot of people who are not committee members have a different point of view, show up, and you make the executive decision that you're going to exclude them from the vote. Okay, I just want to clarify what that means. Akila is, so during the business session is what, at the beginning of the business session. That's her answer. Susan, do you have a comment here?
Well, don't support the amendment. I would say it's only fair to announce this at the beginning of a meeting, because if you have board members showing up, they should have the right to know, because otherwise they won't stay,
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm fine.
So I'm sorry, just clarify. We have an amendment to the amendment. So the amendment is at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, do we have a second? I'm going to merge this all into one.
Do
we have a second?
I'll second.
But you can't
it.
second. Okay, Dan, you can't second your own amendment. So Dan, okay. So the clarification, I'm going to share my screen again, is I don't have the ability to tweak this because it's a PDF, but it says, let's see, the committee shall distribute limited leverage provided they announce it at the beginning of the committee meeting.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Can you send me a Word version of this, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any unwillingness to vote? I see 2 hands raised. Are these new hands or old hands?
All my hands are new.
Pardon me, Akila, is your hand up from before or after? Okay.
Sorry, before.
Okay, Valerie?
Yeah, I actually think that it should be announced like on the agenda, not at it may be reiterated at the beginning of the meeting, but it should be up front, even though I'm voting against this.
No, I think that, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you don't get to actually decide. So we're going to vote on this. And if it fails, when we would take up your alternative resolution, Valerie. Okay. So let me
can I just clarify? So we're deleting "she announces so" in timely fashion during the public session, replacing it with "they announce it at the beginning of the committee meeting."
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay, and if I have when I get a Word version from Susanna, I will I'll share that screen, but that's what we're voting on.
I emailed it to you.
Thank you. Let me go to my inbox. I'm going to share my screen. Sorry, I have an old computer. Give me a moment. My computer is verifying Microsoft Word. Susanna, can I make you a co-host and have you share your screen just to facilitate this a little speedier?
Yes, let me find it. Okay.
Do you want me to type it into the chat?
Yeah, well, I just wait. Shall be encouraged or shall have discretion to limit deliberations.
You can type it into the chat, but not everybody looks at the chat as well.
They announce so at the beginning
of the committee
meeting.
Committee meeting.
Well, we've already said committee meeting in the graph. I don't think we need to do it.
Okay.
So let's see, how the hell do I do this? Let me see. Have I ever shared?
Just click share screen.
Oh,
open the document and then share your screen.
Okay, open the document. Okay, you know what? I've tried to do this before, and once I have never.
Okay, well, you'll just have to bear with me then because I'm having.
Sorry.
My computer is frozen.
Yeah, it only. It doesn't.
Susanna, do you want to email it to me? This is Ritu.
Yeah, email it to Ritu. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm sorry to be so lame. My computer just goes to like some Microsoft thing.
Okay, don't worry. Just send it to Ritu.
I'm gonna send it to Ritu right this minute. Shit. Ritu.
Ritu, I'm sending it to you. I think.
Okay, thanks.
You're gonna get it from all kinds of directions.
That's okay.
Just bear with us a moment. While Ritu is about to post that, right, let's make that full screen. Oh no, this is the old version. Can you just change it to say they?
I sent,
The
I
beginning
thought
of the meeting.
I sent this one to. I'll send
It's
it
okay,
to-
don't worry about it. I'm just gonna change it. Hold on.
I just put it in the chat too.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, perfect. Okay, I think we are, is there any confusion about what we are voting on? It's in the chat and it's on the screen. Okay, Amy, why don't you start the vote?
Okay, hold on.
And if you're voting yes, you're voting in favor of the proposed amendment to set clause 5.4 as underlined here on the
With the
screen.
with the revised language, right?
Yes, as you can see on the screen.
The
Okay.
amendment as amended.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody ready?
Yep.
Okay. Susanna Aaron,
I vote in favor.
Natasha Avanesian.
Opposed.
Okay, William Benesh.
Yes.
Sorry, Akila is next.
Oh, I'm sorry. Akila.
Opposed.
Okay. William Benesh,
Yes.
Keen Berger,
Yes.
Carter Booth,
Against.
Katie Bordenaro.
No.
No, okay. Anita Brandt,
Opposed.
okay, I am a yes. Rich Petropolo,
I vote yes.
Ritu Chatri,
Yes.
Valerie De La Rosa,
Asking permission from the chair to explain my vote.
Sure, is it yes or no, and then explain it, yeah.
I am opposed to this because I believe debate should happen at the committee and it should include all voices.
Thank you.
John Paul DeVerna,
I'm in favor of it.
okay, Bob Ely,
I'm against.
Mara Fitzgerald,
I'd also like the opportunity to explain my vote.
okay,
I vote yes, and I believe that this amendment does not prevent anyone from testifying at public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. If anyone else has comments, just, you don't even have to request permission, just say it, but say it quickly.
Stella Fitzgerald,
Opposed.
okay, Cormac Flynn,
I'm in favor, and I think that y'all can also put comments in the chat if you want to make this go better.
okay, David Gruber. David? Is he no longer here? Okay,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had it on mute. I vote no.
okay. Wayne Cadwadler,
I vote yes.
Susan Kent,
No.
wow. Okay, Ryder Kessler,
Yes.
Janine Kiley,
No.
Ivy Kwan Arce,
No.
okay, Michael Levine,
No, no.
Ed Ma,
Yes.
okay. Dan Miller,
Yes.
okay, hold on. Juan Osorio,
No.
okay. Brian Pape,
I vote yes.
okay, hold on, wait, I gotta look at something, okay. Donna Raftery,
No.
hold on. Lois Rakoff. Lois,
She's muted.
I vote yes.
Bo Riccobono,
No.
Yes.
Bo was a no.
yes, okay,
Yes.
Lois, you already voted yes, correct?
yeah.
Okay, we got you.
I vote yes.
We got you like 5 times.
Okay, okay. Zach Roberts,
I vote yes.
Robin Rothstein,
I'm against, no.
Orsia Sands,
Yes.
Shirley Secunda,
In favor.
okay, Frederica Siegel,
I vote yes.
Dr. Shirley Smith,
No.
Chenault Spence,
Yes.
Susan Wittenberg,
I vote no.
Anthony Wong,
No.
Cheryl Wu,
Vote yes.
Eugene Yu,
I vote no.
holy cow. Adam Zeldin,
Yes.
okay. I want to count this again. I just want to look at this quickly because
I'm
it's 20.
also doing a count, just FYI, Amy.
Yeah,
Why don't you guys convene for a moment while we discuss that, while you discuss that?
okay.
Just a little side note, I'm gonna be sending some emails while they're just doing that. I'm gonna be emailing to people to, if you could stop sharing your screen, Ritu, that would be great. Volunteer, 2 or 3 volunteers to help with the holiday party. I'm also gonna create a Google document so we can all type in the pronunciations of our first and last names, because we definitely need to work on that as a board. So,
All right, Miss Keeley.
yeah,
Just
I'm not
separately as a
GBT.
point of order, I don't think that everybody who's here was called on to vote.
Okay, Matt Metzger, did you vote?
I got a text from him. He's voting no.
Yeah, I'm a nay vote, sorry.
Okay.
Hold on. Well, then I have to redo everything. Okay, hold on.
Okay, is anyone, let's see, let's just go through this list.
Anybody else?
Well, if it,
Can
let's just,
I get that there were 44 votes.
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, it's very, very close. I'm going to call Ritu and just confirm she has what I have.
Okay, just bear with me 1 second. I'm just doing it right now. Analyze data.
And by the way, if we are, Katie and Adam, quickly.
Yeah, I was hoping we could move on to the next item. of
Yeah, let's
business.
move on to the next. Thank you. Katie, do you have something relating to this?
Yes, to the holiday party. Or
We're
the
not
name
talking,
thing.
pardon me?
To the name, to the name situation. In my professional life, we had a lot of difficult names. You cannot type it in, but we had a recording where
Great.
people.
You know what? We're gonna work offline. If somebody has a good recording device, you can reach out to me. We won't solve that problem today, but we definitely need it. So let's go, while they're counting that up, we have one item of new business, a resolution in support. I'm sorry, Adam, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I think I have a couple more comments about the bylaws.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're right. Okay.
Sorry, what I had next-
I'm sorry. I jumped ahead.
So,
While they're, yes, go
can I
ahead.
offer just a quick succinct comment on 5.5 and 5.7. 5.5, I think we should maintain an option for cloture to be able to call the question. That's consistent with, Robert's rules. I think the 54 minutes or so we just spent, talking about this, there were a lot of valuable points, but I think there were diminishing returns at some point. And, we heard most of the meat of the conversation early on. That's on 5.5. And then on 5.7, we're saying that people should speak in a tone compatible with reasonable discourse. I worry that kind of opens the door for a little bit of tone policing, which I don't think would be something that we would want. That's like a very subjective thing, like whether or not we think somebody's tone is nice or not. So I would also just, suggest removing the
So you suggest removing 5.6. What's your suggestion for 5.5?
Sorry, 5.5, I would strike it and default to the process that's in Robert's rules, which allows for, calling the question. And then for 5.7, I would just strike the comment about, and in a tone compatible with reasonable discourse. I'm sure many people, like tone is just so subjective, right?
May I respond to those?
Yes.
5.5 is specifically there so that, of course, that nothing changes the right to call the question and end debate. What that does is ensure that anybody who wishes to talk on a subject have at least one opportunity to do so. Because if you use Roberts as is, what happens is it is possible for somebody to be excluded completely because someone has called the question, and in the rush to move on, they will not have an opportunity. That's why that specifically is in there. As for the tone incompatible with reasonable discourse, I don't have any concern with that. You can, if you strike it, it won't change the meaning of the remainder, because the key elements are in the next sentence, which talks about using profanity or engaging in conduct that will distract from the actual debate.
So I'm sorry, but Adam was suggesting eliminating the entire section.
5.5. I understand the intent of having, an initial comment.
I'm sorry, 5.6 or 5.7?
Sorry, I would delete 5.5 altogether. And then for 5.7, I would remove the words and in a tone compatible with reasonable discourse.
Okay. Okay, Ryder, do we have a second on those?
I second the amendment to, I second the proposed change to 5.7, the removal of and in a tone compatible with reasonable discourse. I was thinking that Adam's concern about 5.5 I shared. I think with Susan's clarification, I'm concerned less, and so I would offer a grammatical clarification where just at the end it says has had the opportunity to do so at least once, just to make sure it's clear that it's about everyone getting one shot to weigh in, not that the conversation goes on.
The double comments tend to have diminishing returns. Not that anyone's double comment tonight had diminishing returns. That's just a general comment. Okay, so we have Adam. Are you okay with that amendment to your amendment?
Yeah, and in the spirit of efficiency, I'll say that works, because I think that's the sense that I'm getting from everybody. So I'm not going to fight.
Adam, can you write that? And
so section 5.5 would remain. Opportunity to do so would be add comma at least once, and section 5.7 would delete and in a tone compatible with reasonable discourse. And I have that on this piece of paper. I do not have the ability to type that into a document. And we have that.
Why don't you just put it in chat and we can cut and paste?
It is in chat. It is
somebody put else in chat. Thank you. So at least once for section 5.5. So if you want to speak 3 times, you don't get to. And section 5.7, we delete and in a tone compatible with reasonable discourse, since that's a little bit vague. Do we have, and so we have a first and a second on this amendment. Carter, do you have a question on what we would be voting on?
I just wanted to discuss it.
Okay, what do you want to say?
Instead of tone, why not switch it to manner?
Very subjective.
That's very subjective.
Well, it is a lot of just
unlike tone.
This came out of, if people recall, our issues that we had pre-pandemic. And the idea was to have something to bring around better conversations in a way that we could hold ourselves to that. And I just bring that up because this is what the board had wanted.
Yeah. Okay, so do we, well, we already have a motion on the table to get rid of that language, so you could vote no on that. Do we have to vote for these 2 separately? It sounds like we do.
Can we do it by voice vote?
We can do it by voice vote. So first we're going to do a voice vote, and if we have too many vagaries, then we'll go with then we'll have to do a roll call, but so 5.5 is being amended, that everyone basically has the opportunity to speak at least once. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions or recusals? Okay, that's amended. And number 5.7, it gets rid of in the tone compatible with reasonable discourse. If you don't like that language and you want something else, you would vote no on this. If you want to get rid of that language, you would vote yes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, no one's opposed to those two tiny wordsmithing amendments are eliminated. I believe, Susan, what do we do when we have a tie vote?
We have a tie vote?
Yes, we do.
We do.
We have a tie
Then
vote.
it doesn't,
On the
then it
previous
doesn't
amendment.
pass.
It's
failed.
22 to
Doesn't
22.
Then it doesn't pass.
Yeah, but then Matt Metzger weighed in and that made it 23.
Matt, no, we have
No,
44
that's
people.
taking into account Matt's vote.
So we have 44 votes, 22 yes and 22 no. Is that correct, Amy?
That's correct.
For something to pass, it must have a majority.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so the motion
Okay.
fails.
yeah,
Motion
Okay.
fails.
unless someone wants to change their vote, so.
Did the chair vote?
No.
You cannot change your vote. You've already voted.
Yeah,
Janine voted.
I voted. I am not Kamala Harris. I have a vote.
Janine,
Yes,
just ask the board if there's anybody who was not called on who didn't
Yeah.
vote.
is there anyone who was not called on who did not vote?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, John Paul, do you have a question?
Yeah, just, I think, I don't know if it makes sense to say it now. Do we do a call out on the bylaws? I think we're getting way prescriptive. I tried to
Okay.
read this at the committee
So let
level.
me let me
And
just
ultimately, I'm going to be voting against it. I just don't know at what point to do that. But I'm just speaking to the idea. What are we doing? Talking about how, tone, and manner? I think it's
We got
overly
rid of that. We
prescriptive.
got rid of that, John Paul.
I heard that one, but I'm saying just overall, we're trying, I think, way too hard on something that was already working fairly well and has worked for a while. Just because we can make changes to this every couple of years doesn't mean we should. So
Okay,
I'm gonna
well,
in
you
the
can
end vote
vote,
against the
you can vote
bylaws
no.
portion.
Do we have any questions about this bylaw? Katie, do you have a question? Do you have additional questions on the bylaws that we haven't already
I want to
discussed?
move, I would like to move to accept the bylaws.
Okay, well,
I'm
we
making
can't
a
vote to,
motion-
okay, so why don't we have a separate vote on the overall bylaws? We're gonna do a roll call vote on that. So the bylaws are not, Susanna.
They're not part of the omnibus.
Yeah, they're not part of the omnibus. Susanna's amendment did not pass, so that is not in there. We have two tiny amendments to this work here. And I'm just gonna point out, this is a good opportunity, because we separately emailed these around, and people had the opportunity to reach out to Susan and to go to the committee. So just a reminder, people, that's where we want the potatoes to happen, or the kale and arugula to happen. Ed, if you can mute yourself. So the only changes to what's proposed here are section 5.5. We've added the opportunity to, if you all can mute yourselves if you're not speaking, has added at least once, so everybody gets to speak once. And section 5.7, we deleted the vague language and in a tone compatible with reasonable discourse. Kate, is there any confusion about what we are voting on? Katie, do you have a question?
I have a question, please.
Lucio, yes.
Well, I was keeping tabs on the votes, and I'm sorry, but I came up with 23 yes and 22 no. I would like to request that we make sure that that is correct, or that the vote that you said it was even, it didn't pass, whatever.
Amy, if you could call Rocio on the phone right now, we are going to go to the new business item while we do that.
Okay, I will do that right now.
Rocio, FYI, Amy and I went through all the names and we were both in complete sync. We had 22 to 22.
And I have the same thing, but please call Rocio and pick up your phone. Amy's going to give you a call.
I'll call you right now.
Okay. While that's being worked on, because I don't want to vote if there's any confusion, we're going to go to the new business agenda item, the resolution in support of the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act. We discussed it at exec, and it unanimously passed exec on Tuesday night. This would basically, in our lame duck Congress, this would basically support continued funding of the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Healthcare Funding Act, which would go to 2090, but right now it's ready to run out in 2024. I think there was discussion that 2090 seemed like a long time away. None of us may be here then, but I think it's safe to say that people who are accessing these funds will probably be around in 2 years. So it says, therefore be it resolved, Community Board 2 urges U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And by the way, side note, they still, the new leadership doesn't take place until January 1. I got a couple questions about that. So therefore be it resolved, Community Board 2 urges U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, U.S. Senate Majority Leader Charles Schumer, and Minority Leader Mitch McConnell to include in the National Defense Authorization or the end of the year omnibus bill the provision of H.R. 4965, Senate 2683 that would provide the funding for the World Trade, need to add that word, for the World Trade Center health program needs, and that authorizes the creation of a research cohort to better study the health impacts on the Lower Manhattan community. Any questions? Okay, any, I see no questions. Any, Katie, question? And Valerie. And Katie, you're muted.
I just unmuted, I hope. Yep. I have been thinking over since Tuesday about whether we could add a whereas, because the area of CB2 between Canal and Houston is in the World Trade Center health monitoring zone. So would it strengthen this to point out that this affects our own community directly?
Okay, do we have a second? Do we have a second on that?
I'll
Susan?
second.
Okay, so it's basically between Houston and Canal. We'll work on that to make it grammatically correct. Valerie, do you have a question on that or something else?
I just wanted to confirm that with the election last week that the minority leader and the majority leader are the current ones.
Yes, they are.
They are because the new people.
Until the next term starts.
It doesn't change until January 1. Okay, any other questions? If you don't have a question, if you could lower your hand. Any unwillingness to move these into this as amended between Houston and Canal into the omnibus vote?
No,
What, I'm sorry, did somebody say something?
no objection.
David said no objection.
Okay, great. Don't have to say if you have no objections. Say no.
Well, let's-
Okay,
let's-
so we will move this into the omnibus vote. I am going to have us, while we're still counting votes for the previous one, because we're going to have a roll call vote. We'll have 2 roll call votes. I want to just clarify what we are voting on for the omnibus vote. And we will do that before we resolve the bylaws. We are voting on landmarks 1 through 3. We are voting on quality of life, Army Corps of Engineer Resolution 1, street activities 2 through 7, FY renewals 8. Traffic and transportation 1 and 2 as amended. Human services, 1 resolution. Arts and institutions, community facilities advisory group with grammatical fixes. SLA licensing, SLA 1 is 1 through 7 and layovers 8 through 18, and SLA 2, 1 through 10, layovers 11 through 17. And the resolution as amended, noting that it impacts Community Board 2 between Houston and Canal Street. Is there any confusion about what would be in the omnibus vote? Any questions? Any unwillingness to vote? Ritu, do you think you could take the votes while Amy's still working on this?
No problem. And is it okay if
You know
I?
what? Mercy and I talked, and it's 22, but I haven't been able to listen to what's going on. So if it's better for Ritu to do the omnibus vote, that's fine.
Okay, that's great. And I
All
have
right, and is it okay if you could please say for the first, I'm going to call out your name. If you could tell me in the first instance, yay or nay on bylaws, and in the second.
No. We're going to have to do 2 separate votes. We'll do this is just omnibus. I'm sorry.
All right, omnibus. Susanna Aaron.
Omnibus, yes.
Natasha Avanesian.
Yes.
Akila Asqui,
Yes.
William Benish,
Yes.
Keen Berger,
Yes.
Carter Booth,
Yes.
Katie Bordenaro,
Yes.
Anita Brandt,
Yes.
Amy Brenna,
Yes.
Rich Cacapolo,
Yes.
Ritu Chatri votes yes. Valerie De La Rosa,
Yes.
John Paul DeVerna,
Yes.
Bob Ely,
Yes, but I need to recuse myself from SLA 1, number 5.
number 5, got it. Mark Fitzgerald,
Yes.
Rita, is John Paul still here?
yes.
Yes, you voted it yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Stella Fitzgerald,
Yes.
Cormac Flynn,
Yes.
David Gruber,
Yes.
Wayne Kawadler,
Yes.
Susan Kent,
Yes to all.
Ryder Kessler,
Yes.
Janine Kiley,
Yes.
Ivy Kwan Arce,
Yes.
Michael Levine,
Yes.
Ed Ma,
Yes to all.
Matt Metzger, not here, Dan Miller,
Yes.
I'm here, Ritu, just a little late. Yes,
okay,
sorry.
Dan Miller,
Yes.
Juan Osorio,
Yes.
Brian Pape,
Yes.
Donna Raftery,
Yes, but I need to recuse myself from quality of life, number 5 and number 6, I believe.
5 and 6 under quality of life. Got it. Lois Rockhoff. Lois.
Yes to all.
Thank you. Bo Riccobono.
Yes, and the proper pronunciation of bow is bow.
Jack Roberts.
Funny.
Yes.
Robin Rothstein.
Yes.
Rocio Sands.
SLA number 2, number 9.
That was a no.
Sorry, SLA.
Yes, and SLA number 2 is no. Number 9.
Sorry, that's confusing. In SLA 2, which numbers do you oppose?
SLA number 2, I'm voting against number 9.
Got it. Okay,
Understand?
got it. Shirley Secunda.
Yes.
Frederica Siegel.
Yes.
Dr. Shirley Smith.
Yes to all.
Thank you. Chenault Spence.
Yes.
Susan Wittenberg.
Yes.
Anthony Wong.
Yes.
Cheryl Wu.
Yes, yes.
Eugene Yu.
Yes to all.
Thanks, Eugene. Adam Zeldin.
Yes to all.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So it looks like the omnibus passes. I do want to just clarify, under New York City's charter, and I'm going to put it in, well, this is the Queens, but I've seen it in other pages. I can't find it fast enough. The chair of the board votes, unlike what you would see in Robert's rules. So I have already voted. I am one of the 22 on one side, so I am not a tie-breaking vote. Okay. So we have the omnibus, the omnibus vote has passed. So we now have to vote on the bylaws. And there are two, the amendment that Susanna recommended did not pass. So we only have two tiny amendments. Section 5.5, we add at least once. And section 5.7, we delete and in a tone compatible with reasonable discourse. And any confusion about what we are voting on? Okay, we're gonna have a second roll call, and hopefully that will be it for the night on the bylaws. So,
I can do that.
okay, thank you, Amy.
Okay. Susanna Aaron,
Yes.
Natasha
Avanesian.
Yeah, Avanesian. Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
No worries.
Akila Asqui,
Yes.
William Benish,
Yes.
Keen Berger,
Yes.
Carter Booth,
Yes.
Anita Bordenaro,
Yes.
Anita Brandt,
Yes.
Amy Brana, yes. Rich Kakapolo,
Yes.
Ritu Chatri,
Yes.
Valerie De La Rosa,
Yes.
Jean-Paul DeVerna,
Yes.
Bob Ely,
Yes.
Mara Fitzgerald,
Yes.
Stella Fitzgerald. Stella Fitzgerald. Yes?
Yes.
Cormac Flynn.
No.
No?
No.
Okay. David Gruber,
Yes.
Wayne Cadwadler,
Yes.
Susan Kent,
Yes.
Ryder Kessler,
Yes.
Janine Kiley,
Yes.
Ivy Kwan Arce,
Yes.
Michael Levine,
Yes.
sorry. Ed Ma,
Yes.
Matt Metzger,
Yes.
Dan Miller,
Yes.
Juan Osorio,
Yes.
Brian Pape,
Yes.
Donna Raftery,
Yes.
Lois Rakoff,
Yes.
Bob Riccobono. I mean, Bo, sorry, I'm sorry. Bo
Just
Riccobono.
It's
Bo,
Oh,
You're
you
muted.
you muted.
Boo, boo, Rickaboo.
Yes, 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 yes.
Boo, Riccobono.
okay. Zach Roberts,
Yes.
Robin Rothstein,
Yes.
Marcia Sands.
No.
Okay. Shirley Secunda,
Yes.
Frederica Siegel,
Yes.
Dr. Shirley Smith,
Yes.
Chenault Spence,
Yes.
Susan Wittenberg,
Yes.
Anthony Wong,
Yes.
Cheryl Wu,
Yes.
Eugene Yu,
Yes.
Adam Zeldin.
Abstain.
Okay, it
Yep.
passes,
Okay.
passes 2 noes.
Abstaining?
Huh?
Did Adam abstain?
Adam voted yes.
No. I
Oh, I'm
abstained.
sorry. Oh,
Oh,
you,
you, what?
I abstained.
Oh,
okay.
sorry. Okay,
Sorry. I'm
think I
sorry.
abstained.
My brain is no longer working.
sorry.
Nor mine.
So 1 abstention, 2 noes. 41
41.
yeses.
Okay. So we have 44 people who hung out till 10:18 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for some rigorous discussion. I like the at least once. Let's focus on that next month. Read the stuff ahead of time. Thank you, everyone, for your diligent thoughts and comments and brevity. I really appreciate it. I know it was tricky tonight. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do we
I have
a
one.
second?
Second.
Yes.
So moved.
I have-
Wait, is somebody trying to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Amy that it's Cadwadler. There's no D before.
Yeah, we have a lot of, we'll work on a lot of. we're
I
not
know,
gonna-
I
we'll-
know,
we will
I
work
know.
on names
Janine, just
after-
a holiday party?
Pardon me?
Holiday party?
Yeah, we talked about that several times. I'm gonna send
Okay.
out an email and ask for people to
Oh, you are, okay.
volunteer their time. Rucia?
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Happy
Yes,
Thanksgiving.
I would like to speak about
Thanksgiving.
potentially.
I'm sorry, you guys,
giving the-
Rocio has the floor. I've called on Rocio.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I want to remind everyone that the holidays are coming and that the office staff has been working incredibly hard during this whole 6 months that we haven't had a district manager. And I would like to request that everyone please be generous and give the office staff a gift and try to be as generous as you can because they really deserve the extra money that they could get from us. So
And I
let's
will
get that going and let's not wait till the last minute in December when everybody already spent their money.
Thank you, Rocio. I'm gonna say that Florence is out, but she's been working really hard, and Eva is working really, really hard. So please stop by the office, say hello, say thank you.
We will be
And
doing the collection, I assume.
yes, we will coordinate a collection post meeting, and then just a reminder, we have Eva in the office, and we're in the process of getting a temp to work probably about 20 hours a week. So if you call the office and you have something that doesn't need to happen, don't call the office. Save it for the stuff that we need. Okay. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. I'm grateful for all of your community commitment, and have a good evening. Good night. Thank
Good
you.
night.
Happy
Bye.
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.